in a row and now minimum third prize in a field with Nemo and Dina and Jen and Anna, and it's incredible. Is Benzea that expensive? Damn you. But two people made the same joke, so yeah, you got me, but at the same time, showcasing how unoriginal you are. Okay, Alexandra is in frame, or at least she was for a couple of seconds for a little while. She is ready for today's game. Photographer in position. Did you see the games between Jules and Alexandra? Of course I did, Kevin. It was a thrilling one. I'm happy it worked out in the end. Jules's tournament has been kind of rough because she's been playing really well. She's caused so many problems for all her higher rated opponents, which is like everyone. But she hasn't really managed to take the most of her chances. And so she's done well, but not really been rewarded for it. Is the Dutch defense considered to be sound? The Dutch is fine. So while we're waiting for Dina to arrive, we'll quickly talk about Anna versus Linda. Anna plays d4. She always plays the same thing. I didn't really realize how kind of consistent she was with her openings until I was preparing Alexandra. And Anna she plays the same thing always. She might benefit from exploring some new things, widening her horizons, all of that stuff. So f5, this is the Dutch. It's like a copycat of the Sicilian, because when white goes e4, you go c5 to create imbalance, but still control in towards the center. And that's kind of the same thing here. F5 controls in against the center, but creates a real imbalance in how you're pushing the pawns forward. On kind of white in the center and black a bit more on the flank. Knight to c3 sees white trying to push e4. Knight f6 prevents that. g3, I must admit, I've never seen before. My first instinct is that this is not very good because I feel like now Linda can go d5. And the white knight is misplaced. Very often when the pawns are on d4, d5, the knight is misplaced on c3 because it's blocking the pawn from influencing in towards the center of the board. But normally you don't play this move in the Dutch. So it's kind of a unique situation where this would be a good idea. So yeah, this is the same issue we've been talking about a couple of the other days when Andrea plays the Jobava. It's the same thing, right? You don't really love that your knight is blocking your pawn from putting pressure in towards the center, and that means black gets a really, really good grip, especially with the Dutch pawn as well. So d5 there I would have liked from Linda, but g6 is more of a traditional way of playing this opening. And Anna's going to play bishop to g2. There's no chance she does anything else. And then bishop to g7, maybe pawn to e4, and it's going to be an interesting battle. Dina stalling. Dina probably recording some last minute insults right now. Any chance Alex's coach gave her a prep that reaches beyond move 5 today? I would have to ask him. I don't know. I think the one I know that she hired, she hasn't really been listening to. Must be nice having two coaches, having them compete against each other. They come up with two different ideas, and then you just choose the one you like the most. So far, I'm losing that battle. Okay, Dina is offering some shoes. What a friendly thing to do at the start of the game. A little smirk from Dina to begin with. Alexandra on her game face. Worn shoes? I would think so. Okay, every body part is ready. The handshake. Alexandra offers her opponent to start the clock. And we're off. D4. No surprise here from Alexandra. Dina's in a good mood, it seems. Well, let's try and fix that then. Dina has promised Alexandra. Alexandra was saying to me yesterday, like Dina's in her mind. She's like, I'm gonna surprise you in the opening. I'm gonna do something completely unexpected. And she's been trying the psychological warfare for more than 24 hours right now. Okay, knight to f6. I was checking Dina's games, and Dina basically only has two openings. So I'm curious what she's going to end up doing today. Dina, sometimes she goes d5, c4, pawn takes. This is called the Queen's Gambit Accepted, or QGA for short. And then sometimes she plays the Queen's Gambit Declined. So she plays QGA and QGD. Not the most tricky thing to prepare for. The problem is Alexandra's openings as black is a lot more thought through than her white openings. So her white openings are a bit iffy, I would say. And there's a fair likelihood that the opening today is going to be the same one she played against Jules yesterday. So after d5, Alexandra takes the pawn on d5. This is not considered very ambitious at all, but it has been popularized by Magnus. Or when I'm saying Anna, I should say Magnus also. But I've just gotten so used to saying Magnus in other arenas. Takes, knight c3. So far, so good. If Dina plays the bishop out, then after bishop to f4, this would have been the same position that Alexandra had yesterday against Jules. Instead, Dina goes pawn to c6. And this is in the notes I made for Alexandra today. I said, I think pawn c6 is a bit more accurate than bishop to e7. And the reason is that when you now go bishop to f4, black has the opportunity to go bishop d6 and try and go for the trade of these bishops, which is considered strategically beneficial for black in the Queen's Gambit Declined. The call is bad structure as we're now in. Okay, bishop d6 on the board. The good news is that this is Alexandra's prep. The bad news is that this is this is pretty good for black. We're not going for a huge opening advantage. We're just, getting our pieces out to sensible squares. This is like a Jababa London. Jababa London without having blocked our pawn from influencing the center. Bishop G3 after, or is that bad? I think Bishop G3 is kind of like a bit of wasted time. Uh, she just played Bishop E5. Damn it, she's been cheating on me again. I'm gonna open the Benzea files to see if this is there. Why does she even want me as a coach if she's just not gonna listen? Okay, I have no idea what this is. Even Benzea doesn't recommend Bishop E5. I think she may have freestyled on her own. To trick you into commentating, maybe. Hey, Hammer, are you available for this tournament? I need a coach. By the way, since you're coaching me anyway, can you do commentary? That would be very sneaky. On the other board, both girls have fianchettoed. Bishop out, pointing through the center, sensible thing. Although I do not like her time usage on this move. This was very, very obvious. She should have played it quicker. And then Bishop G7 from Linda in return. Pawn to E4 is now an option for Anna. A very interesting one, in my opinion. It would challenge Black's setup significantly, because you can't really allow this pawn to progress further on, so you have to take it. And then after the recapture, it's awkward because you don't really want to take here, because then the bishop becomes very strong in the center of the board. Instead, Anna has played h4, which I must say is also very interesting. H4, wow. Ooh, this is cool. So now I guess Linda needs to castle. But then after h5 takes pawn to e4, is this good for white? No, computer thinks this is good for black. You go e4 now, and then if takes, you're going to go h5, and you have all this pressure in towards the kingside pawns. h4 is like, what Anna did here is it's like, it's a typical idea, but right now I'm uncertain how it matches with all the other stuff she did. Because if pushing that pawn further on the next move is not a brilliant sacrifice, then I don't really understand what she's accomplishing. Crimson asks, what was the prep move instead of bishop to e5? The prep was just takes and e3. But in Alexandra's defense, the prep was very unimpressive. But on the other hand, the prep is unimpressive because Alexandra wants to play this very unimpressive line. So is that the prep's fault or is that her fault? Debates will be made. But bishop to e5 tries to at least make it a bit more tricky. One of the big benefits of this move is that Dina cannot play knight to d7 now. Knight to d7 would block the queen's path to protecting the bishop and would just lose the bishop. So you can't develop. And you can capture the bishop, but you don't really want to. Because then white can recapture with a pawn, which will push the knight out of its positioning. And when the knight moves, pawn to e4, and suddenly white is the one making advances. Or rather, you can first push the knight to the edge and then go pawn to e4. And here white is doing very, very well. So bishop e5 is interesting. It's very interesting. Castles happened and then pawn to e3. So now Alexandra just wants to go bishop d3. And she would prefer to do that before black is able to go bishop to f5. But the thing is, black can go bishop f5 now. However, and this is another point of this bishop keeping the tension here between the bishops. If Dina now develops to f5, then queen b3 hits the pawn on b7. Normally, the way you defend against this is by going queen e7 just to defend along the 7th rank. But now, because the bishops haven't traded, Alexandra can say, well, once you commit your queen to defending over here, then I will trade the bishops, luring your queen away from that defense and giving me the opportunity to win a pawn. Ooh, I kind of like that. So I'm starting to think if the move Dina should play is like queen e7. No, but queen e7, then bishop d3. And we've taken control of the f5 square and prevented the easy development of this bishop. Although that bishop could go here instead, though. But in such a case, we might even consider taking the knight. Like, how would a position like this be? This seems reasonable for white. We're going to have very good control on the dark squares, which complements our light squared bishop pretty well. Dina's already thinking. And I think that's already a bit of a success. Alexandra is keeping her very quick pace that she has been having for the last months. And Dina has been caught by surprise, even though Alexandra played the same thing she played yesterday, and Dina plays the same thing she always plays. Alexandra not with the black pieces. Damn, Dina's gonna win. Says, call me by my name. It is true that Alexandra is very impressive with the black pieces, but I do want to remind you she's 3-3 with white this tournament. You can't really do better than that. Bishop e5 was interesting freestyle. It was not freestyle. She definitely prepared this. And I think some of the ideas involved in the move are pretty good. I kind of like this for her. Dina could try and capture now and do something like knight to e4. But then Alexandra is just going to make the trade of knights, make the trade of queens, and then go after this pawn afterwards. Even though white's pawn could be in trouble, since it's in black's kind of part of the board, and we're having some issues reinforcing that pawn, I think this could be pretty good for white even so. Something like rook here, Rook takes pawn, but we take their pawn as well. And then we get the knight into the danger zone. Dina's problem here is that she has so many choices. Like, according to the engine, the position is pretty much completely equal. But there's so many different plans to choose between. You could trade the bishop, that's fine. You can go bishop f5. You can go bishop g4. You can go queen e7. You can go rook e8. You have all of these different options, and sometimes it's annoying having that many options because it's very difficult to assess the minute differences between the plans. Bishop f5 played. This is a very important moment. Alexandra, now to justify her bishop e5 move, she really needs to go queen b3. Queen b3 now would be the justification, or rather the showcasing the brilliance of this bishop to e5 move. Because black simply doesn't have a convenient way of keeping that pawn defended. The normal black plan of either moving the queen to defend or putting the queens up against each other, both of the queen defending the pawn plans are ruined due to the tension between the bishops. And if you try to trade the bishops, hoping that white recaptures with a knight so that you're able to do the traditional queen protects thing, then you're going to notice that pawn takes attacks the knight while also keeping the attack on the b7 pawn. Queen b3 here is very powerful. Queen b3 seems almost automatic. Yeah, but it is neglecting development, and it's postponing castling for white. So I wouldn't say it's automatic, but maybe it's automatic for Alexandra. Because those things I just mentioned, it's not usually the things Alexandra is concerned about. What about pushing the pawn? Yeah, this is a very important strategic lesson that I'm sure Dina will talk about if Alexandra plays this. Pawn b6 is a mistake, or at the very least, it's something you really don't want to do. Computer thinks it's entirely fine, but I think it's not. And the reason for that is that you go from having this very solid 3 pawns defending each other situation to now, with that pawn advancing, it's just 2 pawns defending each other. And whenever you're trying to attack your opponent's pawn chain, such as this is a pawn chain when they're protecting each other up the board, and this is, well, it's a very minimal, the most minimal of pawn chains you can have, just one pawn protecting another. But whenever you're attacking these kind of formations, you want to attack the pawn furthest back, simply because that pawn is not defended by another pawn. That's why we call it furthest back. And when the furthest back pawn was on b7, that was a very inconvenient pawn to try and attack. You literally only have this queen move. No other way for white to put pressure on that pawn. However, if we do manage to lure that pawn forward, the next one, the one on c6, is actually quite easy for us to attack. We could get the rook in here. We could get the knight in here. That pawn is vulnerable. And we could even try to push our b pawn up the board. And if we could somehow provoke the pawn to move even further forward, well, then we have succeeded in removing the pawn defenders of the pawn in the center. And Alexandra has played queen to b3. I'm very, very happy with the outcome of the opening so far. I think Alexandra's bishop to e5 has been excellent. It has worked precisely how we could have hoped. And I think Dina now is going to have to move her pawn one step forward, which, for the strategic reasons we just looked at, means that Alexandra will have a very clear plan of using her rook and maybe her knight to exert pressure on this c6 pawn. I'm just going to mention quickly a win here, even a draw here, secures second place. A draw is shared second place. A win would be unshared second place. And right now, she's gotten the advantage out of the opening against Dina. AB asks, does anyone know where I can see the tournament scores? I'll get the link for you, but maybe I can also ask the producer to very quickly go on our break screen, because on our break screen we have the standings. And me talking about the standings is one thing, but it's another thing actually getting to see it for yourself. Oh, Stuckfish also notes that you can use exclamation point score, but that one isn't as intuitive, I would say. So here we have it. Jennifer in first place, 5.5 points. She's demolished the field. Alexandra's done very, very well. She's made a draw against Nemo in a game she was doing winning in. She lost against Jen, but frankly, so has everyone else. And now it's the big matchup, number 2 versus number 3, currently on the same amount of points, Alexandra and Dina. The winner gets second place. Exclamation point standings also takes you to the same kind of thing. The benefit of using exclamation point standings is that then you can click the results to see the actual game that was played. How bad is knight to a6? You can't capture because of knight to b4. Knight to a6 cannot capture because of knight b4. Ooh, that's a fair point there. This would be quite scary because not only is the knight threatening to do a nasty fork on our king and rook, so we're gonna have to protect against that threat. But then our queen is a bit in a bit of trouble. Not sure how our queen is getting trapped, but the computer seems to be convinced there is a method somehow. Rook b8 threatens the queen. Queen captures pawn, gets away. And then knight c2 check. Check on the king. King has to move. And then the rook just gets involved. So it wasn't so much that our queen is getting trapped. It was more that our king is in major trouble. Okay, I see. I see what you're doing. But the reason the computer still doesn't like this move is white gets the option of making the trade. Bishop for pawn, bishop for knight. And when black has to recapture the bishop, black gets the same problem that we were talking about earlier. white has a very easy target in black's position, the pawn on c6. We can try and get a rook pointing down there, and we'll also try to bring our knight in. How bad is this? Probably it's not the end of the world for black, but it's not good. I kind of like here. I kind of like this move, Queen A3. It's a bit strange, but I'm anticipating that the queen would be attacked, and after the trade, I feel like I still have this pretty solid idea of using my rooks to attack the pawn on c6. But I think the most important thing is that Dina is a very classically schooled player. I think Dina, very much like me, I don't think she would even consider such a move. It's so ugly. Here you have all your pawns next to each other, and some of them are even defending each other up the board. Knight to a6 would completely disrupt the coordination in the black pawns. A player who really thrives with active pieces and like attacks and such things, they would maybe consider this move because they look at how the rook can be maximize its value to attack the white queen next. But someone like Dina or myself, we will look at how the pawns are working together, and we will say, yeah, no, we don't want to ruin the pawn formation. What's a FIDE rating that's considered as a serious player and not an amateur? I mean, that probably depends on your definition, Candy. What I consider an amateur is going to be different to what, other people consider an amateur. Because, you know, survival bias and all of that stuff. When people ask me, is chess difficult? I say no. Um, but I would say like 1800 maybe. Okay, b6 has been played. And I don't think Dina's happy about it. But because Alexandra played very well to create that timing of attacking the pawn while there still was the tension between the bishops, she succeeded in provoking Dina to playing this b6 move. And Dina, as a result, has weakened the pawn chain, as the terminology goes. And now it's only two pawns defending each other. And the furthest back pawn is a lot more easy for Alexandra to put pressure against than it was earlier. I mean, the definition is whether or not you make a living for it from it. Yeah, I guess. So then it would be more like 2,550. Everyone below that are amateurs. No, because then you wouldn't be able to have a rating limit, right? Because there's a lot of people who are professional chess players or similar in the chess field, coach or streamer or whatnot, who make a living and completely regardless of their rating. And this is true in general also, right? It's not just true for your role in chess, it's also true for where you live. A 2600 rated player in Eastern Europe would probably be okay living from playing chess. 2,600 in Norway, not so much. Hammer, what did you think about the clock incident yesterday? I'm glad it was resolved in a good way. I think NEMO dropped her bishop on the f5 square. But someone on Reddit made a really good point that it doesn't really matter kind of like where the bishop was, because where the bishop ended up was on g5. So in theory, that's an illegal move, and then she has to redo her move, after which she put the bishop on g4. I don't know. It didn't impact the result whatsoever. I think for me, the thing about that game, it was way more about how Anna, out of nowhere, that's kind of rude to say, I don't know, but it was a bit unexpected. I thought that Anna suddenly found her inner Magnus and played like 10 perfect moves in a row in a complicated, tricky endgame with just 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. Like that was so impressive. Anna has done that before with little time, but why? Yeah, I don't know. Then why can't you replicate that level when you have more time? Like it makes no sense that little time makes you an absolute beast. Well, actually, it kind of does, I suppose. My entire school experience was based on being a lot better when low on time than for the rest of it. But procrastinating in a chess game is not great. You overthink less. Yeah, but I feel like overthinking, like time management, I think is very difficult to do something about. But overthinking, I feel like you could address. Time, yeah. In general, clock handling is a very tricky thing in chess. Alexandra is kind of well, I was gonna say she's lucky, but that's not really true because she's put effort into it and she's making a conscious decision to play quickly after having played slowly in the past, and that kind of yeah being a problem. But Alexandra is kind of showing that you can play fast and somewhat inaccurately and still get good results. Alexandra and Nepomniachtchi. That's the group of player. Hammer, will you participate in a tournament this year? Wow. For initially, I read in my mind, will you participate in this tournament next year? And I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't mind. But no, you're just asking if any tournament I'm playing in. I'm actually playing in a tournament next week. But that being said, uh, I also participated in a tournament last month, or this month, actually. We're still in July. And that did not go very well. So I have been playing tournaments. It's just been going very, very poorly. And speaking of poor, that is also what I would call Alexandra's move right now. Pawn to a4. There's no reason to push this pawn forward in my mind. It does not address the two concerns in white's position right now. Number one concern, the king. The king has not castled, and so you should try to castle. It's not rocket science, but it really is something that Alexandra struggles to wrap her head around. Number two, you've just weakened the square b4. And I've had this discussion quite a bit with Alexandra. I think one of her major weaknesses is that she's kind of oblivious at times to when she's creating weaknesses in her own position, and in particular, when she's making moves that create a square that now you cannot gain control over with your pieces. So here, after the pawn moves to a4, because white has no pawn on the c file, it means that now there's no longer a possibility for any pawns to get to the highlighted square, which is bad because if the pawns cannot get to the highlighted square, it means that neither pawn can control the b4 square. Now, you could argue that, well, why are you on about this b4 square? There's nothing there. Why does that need to be a concern? And sometimes you create these weaknesses in your position, and you're right, there is no concern, but you still have to be a little bit attentive to it. Here, however, after a4, whenever you push your pawn 2 steps forward on the side of the board, you should really always consider what happens if the opponent blocks my plan of pushing further forward with that pawn. So pawn to a5 is a very natural response to white pushing the pawn forward. Here, black still has control of the b5 square because they still have the 4 pawns working together. White only has 2 pawns, though, on this side of the board. And now we lost control of b4 with our previous move. And one of black's most sensible responses is to control that square more. And then we return to the chatter earlier, who was like, what about knight a6? Well, I was not a fan of knight to a6 when the pawn had to recapture. But now that pawn to a5 is here, that has increased the scope of the rook, enabling knight to a6 next. And where is that knight headed? Well, it might go to the b4 square. And suddenly then, out of nowhere, bam, knight is here. We cannot kick it away. Pawn to a4 has been a complete disaster because we allowed our opponent to get this great outpost for one of their pieces. Now, this is not that obvious for the simple reason that pawn to a5 loses a pawn. We still have this tension between the bishops in the center. So pawn to a5, then Alexandra would capture the bishop and then capture the pawn. Here, white wins a pawn. But the problem is, even though you won a pawn, you're getting chased quite significantly by the fact that black is just getting all their pieces into the game very quickly now that there was an open B file. And importantly, the white king had not made any effort to get out of the danger zone. So I don't like pawn to a4 just because I know Alexandra needs to pay more attention to when she's weakening her squares for the rest of the game. But also one of my main issues with this move is that the priorities are all wrong. White needs to get their king to safety, and then you can start thinking about how you're going to use your pawns on the queen side. Maybe you go pawn a4. Maybe there's a good opportunity to do that later on, but do it after you got your king to safety. Dina, she's responded with queen e7. So Dina's just preparing to go knight to d7 and develop her pieces. And now Alexandra, I would say maybe should. I'm not really sure because if a5, there's a chance that that pawn just gets captured and we end up with the rooks pointing down on white's queen. But the benefit of playing pawn to a5 now is that it prevents black from playing pawn to a5. Pawn to a5, the the reason that move is good, it's actually about the b4 square. We created the weakness of the b4 square, and a5 is the best way of taking control of the b4 square. Because, well, preferably the pawn should have just moved one step and we would have had that square under control. But now that it went 2 steps, the best way for this pawn, it cannot go backwards. Pawns cannot go backwards. So now the best way for this guy to influence the square next to it is by preventing black from moving their pawn up and taking control of the b4 square. So a5, it's not really just about what you're trying to do in against the black pawn structure. It's just as much about preventing black from gaining control of a weakness in your position. That being said, maybe the best thing to do is just getting the king to safety. But if you didn't go bishop e2 castles on the previous move, you're probably not going to do it now either. Anna fell asleep at the board again. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about this. I'm doing commentary on Anna's channel in September. So I feel like this is just training me to accept the inevitable. She's gonna spend a lot of time in all situations. Who's playing for the Norwegian team at the Olympiad? We have Magnus, Mr. Carlson, Mr. Christensen, Mr. Tari, Mr. Urkedal, and Mr. Amar. That's the men's team. I'm assuming that's the one you were the most interested in. Hammer abandoning us. Well, to be fair, Alexandra did not qualify for the Canadian team. She was only one spot away, but yeah, you gotta qualify before you can do chess streams. What's your plan to fill these 1 hour gaps in honest games? Well, Pia is playing, so I'm hoping Pia is gonna save me. Why not Hammer? Hammer was not selected, but I was probably not gonna play anyway. But it hurts the ego a little bit. Not gonna lie. Okay, I must admit, I do not have the creativity to expect Alexandra's moves. So I kind of reason that if she's not going to be sensible and develop her pieces on the previous move, she's not going to do it now either. But knight to h4, that is shocking. So all that talk I had about the c6 pawn and how Alexandra's opening was so good, and now she can try and get pressure towards that pawn. That is not happening anymore. Mm. The knight is not going to get over here anytime soon. I'm concerned also that we're no longer protecting the bishop in the center. Alexandra is way too creative for her own good. Like so many times, just play sensibly, get your king to safety. But she will have all of these clever little ideas of things she wants to do before she castles. And then the problem with that is that at some point, it might be too late to castle. The good news is that the computer doesn't even think knight to h4 is that bad. Although I do think if Dina moves her bishop back, I'm pretty sure Alexandra needs to move her knight back after. Actually, she might trade the bishop. Part of the problem with the knight here, there are two problems with the knight here. It's kind of going into this the queen's path. Right now, there's a knight between, but you're not comfortable having your knight on the edge of the board and your opponent's queen pointed in that same direction. The problem number two is that you're no longer protecting your bishop in the center of the board. However, both of those things are actually resolved that if Dina goes with her bishop back, Alexandra can just trade bishops. And then number one problem with the knight being having some pressure against it, well, that's taken care of. And problem number two, with the bishop being under attack, well, that's also fine now after the trade. And then Alexandra can go bishop to d3, which she worked so hard to be able to play. She doesn't want to. I think knight to h4. It's all about her reluctance to move the bishop only one square. I think she feels bishop to e2. Oh, that's passive. It's only one square with the bishop. I want to move my bishop up 2 squares. And she cannot do that with the bishop here, so she's trying to chase the bishop away. I wonder what happens if Dina just retreats to g6, though. But then we can maybe make this trade and then this trade and then just go g3. And then we can suddenly do a fianchetto. But the fianchetto works very well here because we get that pressure in towards Black's central pawns. How are we doing on time? Alexandra up, but not by much. This is going to be a tense game. What if Dina trades bishops first? Well, if Dina takes White's bishop, then we will take Black's bishop. And we will attack the queen and attack the bishop at the same time. Very bad news. So Dina has to address the threat on her bishop first. If she fianchettos, the bishop will be pointing at a pawn protected by another pawn. Don't you hate that? Ooh, good point, Yenken. And props for paying attention to the other streams. I am not a huge fan of that, but frankly, there's nowhere on the board we can put the bishop where that's not going to be the case. So we may have to point our bishop to a pawn protected by another pawn, and then try to get rid of one of those pawns in order to open up the scope for our bishop. Is it an aggressive or more like a solid reserved game? I mean, it started like a very solid game, but Alexandra's crazy. I think it's fair to say. Like, we've pointed it out so many times. I guess she doesn't really watch the stream, but I wish she did. so that she could realize how many times we're talking about her not castling. I don't think she herself realizes it's a thing. But yeah, Alexandra's crazy reluctance to castle her king has made this game a lot more enterprising. Does it make you play better when you're playing against a better player? I think that's very individual, Chalk. Um, Personally, I would say maybe it made me play better in the past, but not anymore. Like I used to be very nervous when facing like some famous players because famous players are the only ones who are actually better than me. Um, but at the same time, that nervousness sometimes triggers something in you that you're like more attentive and more focused. And then after having played, Anish, Maxim, Nepomniachtchi, Nakamura, Ding, Grishuk, after having played Magnus, let's not forget, after having played all of those guys, and this is kind of one of the reasons I think I became poor at chess, not in general, um, is that I didn't have the nervous energy anymore. I didn't have those butterflies about my game, and I genuinely think it made me play worse. I wasn't as nervous as I had been in the past, but nor was I as excited about the challenge. Hammer, did you vote in the poll? No. Which is worse, Andrea's time management or Anna's time management, or Alexandra not canceling? A lot of people are answering Anna's time management, but that's just recency bias, right? Although I do think Anna's is worse than Andrea's. So for me, it's between not canceling and her time management. I think I'm gonna go with Anna's time management. It's been very poor this tournament. And yet she's still fighting for third place. So there's a lot of potential there if you can focus your I don't know, unlock your abilities somehow. Is there a strategy for when you know your opponent doesn't like castling? Um, I wouldn't really know respect your bishops because when I play chess, my opponents tend to realize the importance of castling. What happens if Alexandra and Dina draw? If Alexandra's game is a draw, then they end up on shared second place, which I think would be very, very sweet and nice, and everyone would be happy. But the thing is, Dina is kind of a killer by nature. I mean, killer in the metaphorical way, but frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if there were some skeletons in her closet. She's gonna go for the win. If this game ends in a draw, it's not because we're gonna be nice to each other. It's gonna be after a big fight. Have you seen Alexandra's last tweet? Alexandra is not going for a draw. Well, I mean, I think you need to play the position on the board, right? And Alexandra tweeted before she knew what was going to happen in the game. But there's nothing here to suggest that Alexandra is trying to play it safe. She's made two moves on the edge of the board while her king is still in the center. So I think it's fair to say from her play, Alexandra is not going for the draw. And well, Dina is kind of playing standard boring chess, but Dina also knows that standard boring chess is incredibly effective if you're just a better player with better understanding of the game than your opponent, which is a strategy I have benefited from a lot in the past. And my impression is Dina doesn't care if she's playing a lower rated. She'll just play some boring stuff and win because she's a better player. She tried to push Jen off a cliff. I mean, we don't know that for sure, but I do think Jen was being somewhat naive, telling the story, not realizing that it was Dina she was dealing with. Jen came on yesterday, told us about how Dina was gonna throw her off a cliff. And she said, yeah, no, it was a great bonding moment. And Dina being as scary as she is, I feel like, yeah, I feel like the sensible thing to do was being a bit more scared. Like I usually say, fear of heights should not be mocked because that is just a way for you to say you appreciate your life. At least that's my opinion. What would make you more nervous, having to commentate with or play against Dina? Well, I did get the pleasure of commentating with Dina for a full week earlier this summer. It was yeah, it was an experience. I think most people in chat will agree, but we both came unscathed from it. It also has to be said that the first time I ever met Dina was in Madrid 2 years ago. And that was the first time I got COVID. And so I was really looking forward to doing commentary on the World Championship qualifier. I was going to get to do commentary on chess.com's main channel for one of the biggest events of the year. And then day two, I fall sick and I have to be locked in my room for a week straight. And the only reason I didn't die was because Dina was feeding me fruits from breakfast. And she went to McDonald's and got me some chicken nuggets. So I kind of owe Dina. I promised her I would be in one of her videos. But we've actually genuinely we've never been at the same place in the last 2 years. So I haven't had to pay my debt in form of a video appearance. Dina is a big softy deep down inside. It's very deep, but I think there might be something in there. Yeah. Wouldn't bishop to e2 be better this move? Yeah. we've already covered that, Dim. But sensible passive moves to get castled isn't really Alexandra's style. Hammer's a softy inside as well, to be sure. This is true, Rick. We're just putting on an act for the stream. What do you feel about Anna's move, bishop to g5? Um, well, let's just say if her idea is to capture the Black Knight, I am very against it. But the thing about this Dutch opening formation that Linda has chosen is that if she gets provoked into pushing her pawn to attack the bishop, like the bishop could easily just go all the way back, and then the knight will come in and try and attack your pawn. And this pawn is like really troublesome to defend. Ooh, computer actually says capturing the knight is good. That kind of surprises me. I guess it's about this e4 move and that you can. Yeah, no, the thing is, Linda needs to make sure she needs to not move her kingside pawns. Because if she moves any of these two, there's just so many ideas for white to put pressure in towards them. And she doesn't have the backup forces in this area of the board to help out. So she really needs these three pawns to keep control of the light squares on the king side. Now that I'm saying this, I'm realizing what the best move is. Linda should go d5. I suggested this earlier as well, so I don't know why it took me so long to realize it here. But Linda really needs to go this d5 move because she needs to gain control of the e4 square to prevent white from advancing there. And now she can go pawn to h6 afterwards, kick the bishop, and if the bishop trades, now there's no more like e4 takes, bishop takes, attacks in here. That's no longer going to be viable. And I think that should be fine for black. You can also actually, after d5, you can also go bishop here to e6. That's very interesting. Because then you can get the bishop to f7, and you're in desperate need of more pieces to defend this square in particular, the g6 square. And you can't ever move the h7 pawn because that would leave this other guy undefended. Linda goes queen a5, which I think that should be fine as well. Because the important thing is that now Anna cannot go e4. E4 knight takes, and you're exploiting the fact that white's knight cannot recapture in the center because of the threat down towards the white king. So I think queen a5 is okay. Computer didn't like it, but I think it should be fine. It's kind of giving Anna an easy move though, because now queen to d2 is very obvious because you want to stop the queen pointing down on your king. Oh, wow. Computer didn't like that, but at some point, she's just going to have to play the intuitive moves rather than looking for something very, very sneaky. I got to check what the computer is saying. Computer is saying h5. That's a free pawn. Oh my god. Computer is saying Anna should sacrifice her rook now. Wow. Sacrifice the rook and then pawn to e3. The queen is coming out. Yeah, it's a very typical theme for the Dutch. I think one of the key points here is that if Linda castles, Because I wanted to sacrifice my rook here earlier and the computer just laughed at me. But the difference now is that because Anna has developed her bishop to the g5 square, now castles leaves the e7 pawn undefended. So now that pawn can be captured. And that makes all the difference. Because not only is white getting this pawn and getting their queen in an attacking position, you also capture one of the most important central pawns in black's position. H5 is very difficult. Well, it's not difficult to find, but it's very, very difficult to realize that the rook for knight sacrifice is good here when it wasn't earlier. I think queen d2 is both more sensible and more natural and everything. In the meantime, Dina has gone bishop to e6. And now the thing we talked about earlier is that Alexandra has two problems. The black queen pointing against the knight and the bishop threatening to capture the bishop in the center. So Alexandra now is either going to go knight back, which would be kind of silly, moving back and forth, or she's going to trade off the bishops. And she did the latter. Dina obviously is going to recapture. And then Alexandra will go bishop to d3 because that was kind of the whole point of moving the knight out to the edge of the board. That being said, bishop to d3 might be a mistake because then after c5, black is threatening to push that pawn even further forward. So here you can't castle because the bishop is getting forked. Imagine if after all of this, moving the knight out on the edge of the board, you're still going to have to play bishop to e2 because otherwise the black pawn is just coming to fork you. Computer didn't even like this move. Like, should we go a5? Is that the idea? A5 is being recommended. And the idea is that if now pawn to c5, then we can capture on b6. And we activate our rook along the edge of the board. But what if black just continues development? This is interesting. And now we can go bishop e2. And the difference is that now after pawn to c5, white will just make the trade between the pawns on the queen side. And after that trade happens, black suddenly no longer has anything to control the b5 square. So now Alexandra can, well, she'll castle first, but then afterwards move the knight to b5. And the knight is going to be really good there because it's impossible for black to chase it back. Anna has voluntarily traded the bishop for the knight. That is giving away a lot of dark squared control. Not a big fan of that. Also, after bishop recaptures, Linda could potentially go pawn to e5 afterwards, trying to open up for the bishop to point down towards all of this stuff. I guess she's going pawn h5 afterwards to try and put pressure in against the black pawns. But it was very important here for Anna she needed to wait for the pawn to arrive at h6. So if white does a nothing move, she needed to wait for pawn to h6 and then make the trade. And the reasoning for that is kind of the same as the stuff we've been talking about in Alexandra's game. Because we talked about how provoking pawn to b6 was good because it disrupted the black pawn formation. And it's the same principle here. Black should try and keep the furthest back pawn where it is because once you push it forward, now the furthest back pawn in the pawn chain is the pawn on g6. And this pawn is a lot easier to attack than the one that was behind it. So here we can go pawn to h5 potentially, or we can go with the pawn push in the center and immediately point in towards the g6 pawn. So Anna making that trade unprovoked is it's just not good. Linda recaptures with her bishop. And now pawn to e5, I think, is going to be very powerful. Say Anna continues with pawn to h5, which she did. Now I feel like pawn to e5 is very tempting. Oh, wow. Computer really hates that. Okay, maybe this is just too complicated of a position for me to fully understand. Pawn to e5 looks very sensible. And then if takes, recapture. Like, I have all this pressure against the c3 knight. And computer saying white is winning. I will agree that not having gotten any of these pieces on the queen side into the game it's not the greatest, but I thought it was going to be fine because this bishop is just so ridiculously strong. Okay, let's see what happens. You can also go g5 as black. And that would just be the standard strategy of whenever your opponent is pushing their rook pawn, you often don't want to make a trade with the white pawn because that would open up for their rook. So by just avoiding the trade altogether, you make sure that the white rook is still pointing into the pawn. But pawn to e5 is also very tempting. So big moment here for Linda. She has two sensible pawn moves. And one of them is apparently a huge mistake. But for reasons that are not based in chess understanding, but rather because of the fact that black has not developed their pieces. And this is one of my major weaknesses. I tend to focus only on the static features of the position, what we often call positional chess, or like long-term assessment of positions. In the long term, having the bishop pair is going to be a good thing. In the long term, having the superior pawn structure is going to be a great thing. But chess is not just about the long term, it's also about the short term. And whereas strategic features are often long term aspects of the game, the attacks and the captures and the tactics and that part of the game is very much more, it's short term or dynamic. It changes quickly. And I must admit that my interest in this pawn to e5 move and the computer's incredible reluctance to assess black's position positively afterwards, that is my weakness in chess. And you would think, knowing your weaknesses, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe you can address it. But my experience has been that no, it's just a problem for me long term. Alexandra's played g3. I kind of like that. I'm a fan. I like that she's trying to influence in towards the center. And I like that she's trying to put pressure on the d5 pawn. That being said, the d5 pawn has literally the entire black army defending it. And pawn to g3, it has to be said, that is spending another move where you're not castling. Because if chess was a competition to castle as quickly as possible, then you go bishop e2 and you castle on the next move. And Alexandra playing g3 means that she still needs to move her bishop and then castle her king. And now I'm starting to become a little bit worried about what Dina can do in the meantime to try and punish white for not having castled. So Dina's definitely going to go pawn to c5. She wants to challenge the white pawn in the center. One of the reasons being that Alexandra moved her knight away from the center. So now that's like a weak spot in Alexandra's position. She's going to go bishop g2. And then Dina's going to go knight c6. And she's just increasing this pressure. Alexandra is going to have to move her knight back. Like that knight on the rim is just not doing much. It is definitely dim. And here, maybe she's fine. Here, it seems like she's fine. But if she goes like knight to b5, trying to defend while also attacking, then black will just move the queen back. And if castles, then pawn pushes the knight back, captures in the center. And this kind of thing could be an issue. Actually, this is not an issue because white's queen manages to take the black pawn as well. Yeah, no, maybe this is fine. Maybe I'm too overly concerned. I'm pretty sure Dina's going to go c5 though. And I'm scared about Alexandra's king still being in the center. But because black's bishop is on the e6 square, it's not that easy for Dina to make a trade of the pawns in the center and then use the rook to give a check on the king. Because the bishop is always going to stand in the rook's path, which is super important because when your king is in check, you're not allowed to castle. But here, there are so many situations we could imagine where if rook to e8 had been a check, that would have been a complete disaster. But because the bishop is on e6, this is not a check, meaning the king gets to castle and we're fine. So I think it's fine, but from a coach's perspective, my heart rate would be a bit calmer if Alexandra stopped treating castling as if it was the worst thing to exist in the world. In the meantime, Linda has won a pawn. Queen b4, I didn't even see that move. But that is attacking two pawns at the same time. It's impossible to keep them both defended. And Anna's going to have to sacrifice as a result. She's going to have to go pawn e3, allowing the queen to capture on b2, and then go knight e2 to defend the other one. But even so, this is not a huge problem for Anna. Because well, we talked about it earlier, right? The black pieces not participating in the game, that is a pretty significant percentage of black's pieces overall. So you're fine giving away a pawn when effectively you're kind of playing with two extra knights and a rook compared to your opponent. Now, that is definitely a short-term advantage. Linda, in time, will manage to get all her pieces out, and then she will easily win the game, being up a pawn. So this is going to create a very interesting dynamic in this game where Anna desperately needs to attack to justify her sacrifice and or blunder of that pawn. And then Linda is just gonna have to, well, she has to defend against the immediate threats that's happening here with the tension between the pawns on the king side. And she also desperately needs to actually see the c7 square is kind of a decent square for the black king. So, but this king does not have a lot of defenders around it, and it's gonna get worse as Anna succeeds in opening up the H file. So I think this might be a good position for white, but my inclination in similar situations is that I really like capturing pawns and I really like having the bishop pair. So this is like one of those classic scenarios where I would underestimate white's counterplay. But in practical play, like this is a 3-result game, we like to call it. It could go either way. Is there a summary of the results so far? I would advise using exclamation standings. Pati. Castling is for the weak. I don't know, Curtex. A lot of those top grandmasters seems to swear by it. But what do they know? Amy asks, why does it show a small advantage for black? Is it because of the castling? Yeah. There's just danger for Alexandra's king now. And Dina has a very easy way of putting pressure in towards the center. Hammer Benjamin said he would play a chess boxing match. Would you do that? I do think I have quite a few kilos on Benjamin, but he's quite a bit taller than me. And also like, yeah, boxing is dangerous. So I would respectfully pass. Rook to e8 from Dina points the rook down on the king. And now Alexandra, in an attempt to delay castling even further, it's called pawn a5. But that's a good move. That's the weirdest thing. Pawn a5 is a really good move because it distracts black from their plan. Because now Alexandra is threatening this pawn on b6, and Dina has to go knight d7 to protect. But the problem here is that Dina really wanted to have that knight on c6. She wanted to have that knight here, pushing into putting pressure on the white pawn in the center. So because Dina didn't push for that immediate threat in towards the white center and instead try and focus putting pressure down on the king, that gave Alexandra the opportunity to cause some disruption here. And now because of the threat against the pawn, Dina has to protect. And then Alexandra doesn't need to be scared about the knight putting pressure in towards the center. This has been a good development in the game for Alexandra. And also notice how quickly she pushed that pawn to a5. She was like, oh, you give me an opportunity to delay castling even further? Damn, I'm going to take that. And it just happened to be a great move at the same time. And earlier I was looking at the clocks and I was like, oh wow, Alexandra has been playing so quickly and she only has a 5 to 10 minute lead on the clock, but that was half an hour ago. Because now the lead is up to 25 minutes and counting. Dina is getting a taste of what all the other girls have experienced so far. And that is playing against the female Nepomniachtchi is a seriously unpleasant experience. And Dina's going to get in time trouble now. Is having your first name end with an a chess boost for women? Uh, it's just a very common thing, though. Alexander, Alexandra. It's just the female version of male names, right? Or is Alexander the male version of a female name? Hmm. Hammer into hammer. Yeah, I don't know. In Romanian, it's Alexandru and Alexandra. Okay. And then I know that in Lithuanian, my name would be Jonas Ludvigas because they just put an AS on everything. But I don't know the female version of that. So I don't know what I'm talking about. Dina goes B5. Um, I don't know if Dina can keep talking about the Russian school of chess if she's going to play moves like that. My aesthetic chess senses is insulted by that move. She has created a massive weakening here of the dark squares. She's committing all her pawns to the light squares, and she also has a light squared bishop. Yeah, that is not Russian school of chess, Dina. In Czech, we have male Jan and female Jana. Yeah, so many languages have female names, just adding an A at the end. It's just a common thing. It's not what I guess what I'm saying. It's not an accident that all the girls we have right now ends their name in an A. We also have Julia and Andrea. Yuna Ludviga, yeah. I don't think that one is going to be popularized anytime soon, Larex. Julia, female. Julian, male. Juliana, female. Explain. You're not making it very difficult for me, though. The names that end with an A are female. When's the Nordic School of Chess coming out? Hmm. I'll have to think about that. I will suggest Ludwiga to be my firstborn granddaughter's name. Oh, yeah, you do that, Papa Botez. You're gonna be instantly prohibited from ever making suggestions again on that topic. Ludvina would be better. Well, in French, actually, one of my friends' daughter is called Ludivine, which is a reasonably common French girl's name. And that is basically Ludwig in a female version. Ludivine. I think it's spelled. I th- I think it's spelled something like this. Did Anna blunder? I mean, she blundered a pawn, I suspect. I'm not sure she lost the pawn on purpose, but it's not the end of the world that she lost that pawn because she has a lot of active pieces to compensate for the pawn deficit. And black is playing without their entire queen side, and there's problems with the black king. I think it's very important for Linda now to go g5 because she needs to keep things shut down. She needs to avoid the trade between these pawns. That would eliminate even more pieces around the black king. Correct spelling of Ludivine, but it's not super common as a French name. Well, as long as it's heard of, I guess that's fine with me. How are Norway doing in the Olympics? I haven't really been following the Olympiad or the Olympics. Olympic medal stats. I know that we had a reigning champion in triathlon who failed to even medal this year. Sweden has 1 gold, 1 silver, 2 bronze. Norway has 0 gold, 0 silver, and 0 bronze. Let's just say that Norwegians are better in the Winter Olympics than the summer ones. Alexandra's going to castle soon. Yes, she's finally ready. Alexandra's going to castle, and Dina did something very suspicious with her pawn formation. She gave away control of the dark squares. So computer's saying it's still completely equal, but I've been a bit back and forth. I was liking Alexandra's position here after queen b3. I thought her opening was great. And then I wanted her to just go bishop e2 and castle. She had other plans. And then I started not liking her position that much anymore. Because she went, oh yeah, wait, what did she do here? She went a4. That's the one. A4, and then we had this stuff, and then knight h4. Yeah, so A4 and knight h4, I felt like were a bit too eccentric. So I went from liking her position to disliking it here. But then after bishop to e6, trade, g3, and we kind of got into this current situation where I'm back to liking her position again. Alexandra is very impressive with her time management. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. As I remember, a couple of years ago, she was getting into a lot of time scrambles, and at some point, she just decided, okay, now I'm gonna play fast. And that is, there's not a lot of people who can just decide, okay, now I'm gonna stop doing this thing that is hurting my game. But it has worked out very well for her. We also have some news. Just as I see Jules popping in, watching Anna's game, we have some news about today's late games. Because normally we have games starting at 11 a.m. in LA and 3 p.m. 3 p.m. then being 1 hour and 50 minutes from now. But today, we're going to have the second round start a little earlier. In fact, we're having them start now. So the games with NEMO versus ANDREA and Jen versus Jules should be starting in the next 15 minutes. Do players get FIDE rating from this tournament? Yes, Kyle. This is rated with the FIDE, which is the World Chess Federation rating. Very serious stuff. And just as I said that, I had 3 notifications pop up on streams going live. So the other games should start momentarily. Can you quadruple cast? We'll be focusing on Alexandra and ANDREA because this is the Botezlive channel after all. This seems like a cool venue. Yeah, it's been, I think they've had a good week. It's been a lot of fun there at the house. Knight to e4 from Dina. That is quite good. Because now Alexandra once again cannot castle. If Alexandra tries castling now, the knight will continue forward, attacking both the queen and the rook. Very bad news. So we're going to have to delay it yet again. And if Alexandra tries to capture the knight on e4, which is the strat she used against Jules yesterday, that's going to be a big mistake as well. After the recapture, the black bishop will then attack the queen. The queen will move, but then because the black pawn is controlling the f3 square, it means that our knight on the rim has lost its ability to move back. And here, the somewhat surprising but very effective pawn to g5. Normally, you don't really want to move the pawn in front of your king 2 steps forward. But if it's going to result in you trapping your opponent's knight, it is a very good idea still. So let's avoid that, should we? And in fact, the best way of avoiding all of this is just going knight back to f3. The knight would then control the d2 square. So we're ready to castle on the next move. And we're no longer concerned about any sort of a situation where that knight gets trapped on the edge of the board. After knight to f3, I think Alexandra is pleasantly better. I don't like how Dina has played this at all. I think pawn to b5 was outrageous. And Alexandra, she also has the advantage on the board. At some point, Dina's going to get some nerves here. And a year and a half ago, like Dina outrated Alexandra by 300, 400 points. But Alexandra's gotten better and Dina's struggling, having moved to the US, having had to deal with all the American kids. Her confidence may have taken a bit of a hit. And suddenly we have a very evenly matched game between two players who in the past had a very clear hierarchy between them. Queen c2 from Alexandra. I like this move as well because now she's threatening to win a pawn by capturing the knight. She's getting away from the diagonal of the black bishop pointing down on the queen's location. And in addition, if Dina now plays f5, which I'm assuming she's going to do to reinforce her positioning in the center, then Alexandra will castle because queen to c2 also took control of the d2 square, making sure that the knight cannot jump in there for the fork. In fact, the computer is saying the best move for Dina here is knight to a6, sacrificing in the center. But Dina is not the sacrificial kind of girl, I think. And even if she is, it's like, it's very unclear to me how this is even okay for black. Like, is this not okay for white? White is winning a pawn. And I'm going to castle next move. I think this is just good for Alexandra. Computer says it's equal, but computer is a much better attacker than all humans. And the second best move after knight to a6, which is really, really difficult to find, second best move is knight to f6, move the knight back. But obviously, Dina's never going to do that. That would just be admitting her mistake. So I'm pretty sure Dina's going to go pawn to f5. She moved the knight forward in the center for a reason. She's going to reinforce the knight's protection. But then after castling, look at how Dina has committed so many of her pawns to the light squares, where the corporation with the bishop that can only move on the light squares is very, very bad. The bishop really wishes the pawns could be on the dark squares so that the bishop could control the light squares and the pawns control the dark squares. Instead, Dina has all of these pieces controlling the light squares and none controlling the dark squares, which means this square, this square, this square in particular are big weaknesses in Black's camp. Hammer, can you magic up on Amaya, please? Wow, Sean. Am I not enough for you? Maybe I'll practice my magic later on. In Anna's game, after queen to a3, which Linda did, I'm not too happy with this choice from Linda. I was hoping for pawn to g5 for reasons we explained, that you don't really want to allow the trades when your king is so lacking defensive pieces around it. So after captures on g6, good move by Anna. Linda is going to recapture. The rooks are going to be looking at each other. There's going to be a trade there as well. And now Anna just wants to get her knight forward to attack the pawn on g6. But if she goes knight f4 now, she loses protection of the c3 knight, allowing the black queen to just capture there. So I'm expecting her to go rook b1 here. Ooh, king, wow. King d2. And that was the computer's favorite move. Wow, Anna popularizing the cow. But here comes up with the Swedish bomb cloud. The diagonal instead of forward. Bomb cloud play. Computer approved. But so this does what I wanted it to do in terms of it defends the knight. So now you're enabling the other knight to go up into the attack. But as a little bonus, it also enables the white queen to run around through the corner of the board, attack the bishop. Bishop has to move, and then the queen makes entry, attacks the pawn on g6, and if that pawn saves itself, it's actually checkmate from the queen. Brilliant, brilliant move there from Anna Kamling. She's activating her queen very convincingly against a black king that simply just doesn't have defensive resources around it. And I think she's going to win the game now. I think like computer is saying this is approximately equal, a little bit better for white. But I think white's position is just so much easier to play. The queen is making its way to the h7 square. The knight is going to come in here to attack as well. The pawn on g6 is a gigantic weakness for black to deal with, and it's so easy for white to put more pressure on it. Honestly, like someone in chat was making fun of me for suggesting king to c7, but here it might be one of the best ideas. Like while Anna is trying to attack with her queen, we just run our king away. Okay, apparently computer also making fun of me here. Maybe you should go b5 and then b4 attack the knight. Yeah, no, computer's just really hating Linda's position. Maybe there's some kind of a computer variation to save this, but I think in practical play, this game is over. King d2 is absolutely brilliant. And I think Anna is gonna win this game. And that means Alexandra needs to avoid a loss. If she loses, then Anna will catch up with her. But right now, I think it's just as likely that Alexandra wins as Alexandra losing. Told y'all Anna was underrated. I'm very surprised to see her rating this tournament. Clearly, I haven't been following her tournament arc the last year, but I genuinely thought Anna was. I've always thought of her as like a 2150, but maybe that was never really her rating. I don't know, but 2040 seems very low for her. NEMO shows up and the clocks died. Damn. They froze out of fear. Streaming can lead to lower rating. Yeah, Dina knows a thing or two about that. Is Alexandra the only streamer who's, well, Andrea, of course. Andrea might be the only streamer to really significantly improve her rating. And then based on the performances in this tournament, I think Jules very obviously is gonna increase her rating in the near future. And frankly, also Jennifer. I did commentary with Jen yesterday, and she was quite impressive. Improve, surely Andrea goes down. I mean, Andrea is losing rating in this tournament, but she already gained like what 120 points so far this year, excluding the rating adjustment. She has had two bad tournaments in a row now. I don't know how big of an impact that's going to have. Is there a tiebreaker for the prices or do they split it? Asks Drew. If they end on the same amount of points, they split the prices. Okay, Andrea's game has started. Let me correct the situation there. Andrea has played the Jabava. Big surprise there. Pawn to d4 after knight f6, knight to c3, threatening e4. NEMO goes d5 to prevent that pawn advance in the center. And then after bishop to f4, we are in familiar Andrea territory. NEMO goes g6, going for the fianchetto here, getting her bishop on the side of the board to point in towards the center. The bishops are very interesting in that regard. A bishop in the center will point to the edges, whereas a bishop on the edge points into the center. And to be honest, that's something I really only noticed once I started doing commentary. But I think there's something there's something clever about it, or realizing it, because that means bishops are pretty much one of the only pieces that can be good even though they're on the edge of the board. It's been true this whole time. I only realized that was a thing recently, though. And it makes sense because there's plenty of things where you kind of just hide your bishop out completely close to the corner of the board, and it's like main line openings. But I had never kind of consciously made the realization that it is quite a unique attribute of the bishop. What was the result of Anna versus NEMO? Anna played like some perfect game moves in a row and managed to win an endgame, having almost no time left on the clock. Very, very impressive from her. Pawn to f5, played by Dina. Predicted by Hammer, played by Dina. But computer hates it. Another black pawn on a light square. It was the only sensible thing to do once you moved your knight up. Computer said second best move for Dina was just moving the knight back, but that's kind of embarrassing. Giving your opponent two moves to improve their position. So Dina's pawn to f5 it's consistent with what she was doing on the previous moves, but that doesn't mean it's good. And Alexandra, she has castled. She has castled. And we may rejoice this momentous occasion. It took some time. We're on move 17, but she has finally castled, which means that not only does the computer approve of her position, uh, we no longer need to be terrified of her king getting itself in a lot of trouble, still standing in the center of the board. Okay. In the meantime, Andreas played pawn to h4, a classic move in this Jabava London setup. She is still very familiar with all of this. Andrea has had this position several times in the past couple of months. NEMO doesn't want to allow this pawn to push even further up, and she goes pawn to h5. This is a very effective way of preventing your opponent from making the attack on the edge of the board. And Andrea goes knight to f3. And this is interesting because the disadvantage of playing pawn to h5 is that now you no longer have that pawn protecting the g6 square. How is that going to be relevant? It seems irrelevant. But by trying to move her knight up to the e5 square, Andrea is kind of pointing out that your ability to go pawn forward and kick my knight out is not really there. Because when my knight makes it to the e5 square, it will be pointing towards g6. And so that means your f7 pawn is stuck, which in turn means that it cannot chase white's knight out of its positioning. So I don't think there's any reason for Andrea to delay it. I think she should just put that knight in the center right away. And that is a well-placed knight. And then after NEMO attacks it, maybe bishop to d3 makes sense. And at some point, Andrea is gonna need to do what she always has to do in the Jabava, which is move this freaking knight out of the way, and then go pawn to c4, and then she'll have a good position. But yeah, I guess she could try and go for pawn to e4 also, but if she's always going to go pawn to e4 in these kind of positions, I feel like she could just learn how to play pawn to e4 on the first move. Would save her a move compared to spending two moves there. Hammer hating on the opening as per usual. But it is a bad opening though. I'm just trying to encourage, good chess. Okay, Andrea does go knight to e5. As far as Jabava Londons go, this is a lot better than some of my pet peeves in this line. I like this knight e5 that it's kind of the natural punishment of the h5 move, where you get that pressure in towards g6 to make sure that it makes it a lot more difficult for black to push the knight back. It's a genius opening. No one would ever expect it. I mean, I'm kind of surprised by NEMO here that she's spending some time thinking. And it's like, did you not expect Andrea to play the Jabava London? That is kind of strange to me. Dina Flaginga. I don't know if that name is going to catch on, but I do appreciate your sentiment. Dina's in trouble. Dina's position is bad and her clock is terrible. Alexandra has a very legitimate chance here to finish second in the tournament. Also, Jules has had a pretty good opening. Oh my God. Jules has had a good opening against Jen. Imagine after all of kind of Jules's good positions that end up not giving her the amount of points she maybe deserved. Imagine she ends the tournament beating Jen, the highest rated player, the one who's crushed everyone else. And then Alexandra manages to win her game and she finishes shared first. We're definitely rooting for Jules right now. This could be an incredible day. Copium, hopium. I mean, I'm just telling you the facts. I'm not hoping or anything. It is factual that Alexandra has a big advantage. It's factual that Alexandra is up 40 minutes on the clock. And it's factual that Jules has an advantage. With Jennifer playing an opening she's not familiar with. In this opening, I'm super shocked. Jen did not capture. Oh, you guys can't see the position. This is maybe bad commentary, but on move 6, Jen did not play the move that is universally played in these kind of positions, which tells me that she's not too familiar with the risky opening she chose to play. So Jen is playing risky in a game where a draw would be good enough for her to seal the tournament win. And maybe Jules can punish her for that. What happens with shared first? The money is shared. So if Alexandra and Jen or Dina and Jen end up on the same amount of points, then they will share $15,000. But we need a winner in the event. So even if they share the price, there will be a rematch, a blitz playoff to decide the winner of the tournament. Now, we did have a blitz tournament on the rest day. And I think suffice to say, Jen absolutely obliterated everyone else. So both Dina and Alexandra would struggle against Jen in blitz, but if Jules manages to beat Jen, that would be the sort of twist that this tournament deserves. Blitz deciding classical feels bad, man. I agree with your sentiment, Nades, but the thing is, when you've played so many hours of classical and you're still tied, I think it's completely fine that, okay, you're tied. We tried. You played 4 hours of chess, 7 days straight. We couldn't figure out who the better player was. Let's just do a blitz game to get it over with. What's the second and third prize? So first prize is 10,000, second is 5, and third is 2,500. Dina has played pawn to b4, attacking Alexandra's knight. Alexandra goes knight to a4. Good move. Controlling the c5 square. Dina's in so much trouble. Like if Alexandra could get 3 free moves in a row, which I realize is a bit, but if Alexandra can just get her worst placed piece into the center, then this would be completely game over for Dina. Something like this would be absolutely. Oh no, actually, Dina has a lot of. So one of the things that the position is going to revolve around right now, Dina needs to play pawn to c5 in order to kind of release the energy of her pieces, and also in order to deal with the fact that white is going to have a very easy time putting pressure against this pawn. So you kind of want to trade off this pawn with the white pawn in the center to avoid that it's just too many pieces are attacking you long term. So Dina's going to have to try and push c5. And I don't really, because if she tries to go knight a6, which in a way would be sensible in terms of controlling the c5 square, then Alexandra would maybe be able to put pressure out towards that knight. That would be very, very bad news. I don't really like Dina's b4 move. I saw the computer suggested it, but I'm not a fan. I guess she has to go knight d7 now and try and push the pawn forward. But Alexandra has a very pleasant edge, and she has a 45-minute time advantage. Nemo, in the meanwhile, is trying to trade off Andrea's well-placed knight in the center. Very sensible play from Nemo. But that being said, Andrea can now kind of shift her attention, and she can go trade, trade, and then pawn e4 and go for a position like this, which I kind of assumed was better for her, but maybe Nemo can go and win a pawn. Yeah, that's not great. So maybe Andrea can go pawn e4 here first. Computer don't like that either. I guess it's because after the trade, black can push d4, and it kind of ruins the coordination in white's camp. This is somewhat concerning. Ooh, Andrea could go knight f3. Actually, this is Andrea's best move. Ha, that's kind of clever. Because if the knights trade, Nemo gets very good control of the e5 square to push the pawn forward there. But if Andrea just moves the knight back, now this knight is blocking the other knight. So Nemo's just not getting her pieces into the game. Moving this knight back, moving this knight instead of this knight, Nemo's idea was to also include the bishop in the pressure being put in towards the center. But as a result, if Andrea just moves back, this knight is blocking the bishop and it's blocking the other knight. So it's just a bad placement. Production value. Let's go. All girls in action at the same time. And this is a really, really nice view to use for a break. So we'll go back to the 4-camera view, and I'm going to take a little break, and we'll be back with the exciting action that's going to be the time scramble between Alexandra and Dina. They're fighting for second place, potentially first place, as Jen is in trouble against Jules. And when we're back, we're going to follow that till the end. Alexandra is up by 40 minutes in the fight for second place against Dina.
But nobody heard it. Oh, they can hear you now.
I am back and I'm joined by Anamaya for this. Hey, I'm trying to be a pro here. Just because you heard everything I just said doesn't mean that the rest of them.
No, you're doing great, Hammer.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. And we're back from. No, this ruined my flow.
It's almost like a YouTube video now. You're recording
Yeah.
a YouTube video.
And we're back with the final round of the Botez chess camp. And I am joined by my trusted co commentator, Anna Maya, for the final few hours of these games. And we are in for a treat right now because in the game between Alexandra and Dina, Dina is down 40 minutes on the clock. This is the fight for the second place, but is it though? Because Jen Yu, who has been destroying the field so far in this tournament, she is in trouble against Jules already very shortly into the opening. So Dina and Alexandra might be fighting for a potential share of first place. Yeah, that is the update on what's been happening while you were away.
Fantastic, Hammer. Thanks so much for filling me in with the details of today's round, the final round of the event. And what a thriller of a round. I'm super excited to see how the game between Alexandra and Dina is going to continue from here. But as you mentioned, the time management of Alexandra is amazing once again. And let's see how she will be able to make use of that, as Dina is down to 13 minutes now. That is crazy.
In the meantime, while I was on break, we did get a couple of new moves. Dina did centralize her knight, Alexandra pointing her rook in towards that c6 pawn, and Dina doing her best to keep it protected with a rook. Alexandra should try to get her knight back into the game. So I'm thinking knight to f3 here seems sensible. She has an edge on the board and on the clock. And with Jules's good opening, I will readily admit I started talking about first place. Do you think that's too soon?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's too soon. It's typical in the modern defense that black is worse, but in the long run, things change. The position changes a lot, and yeah, it's not an opening I personally play because you start off in the worst position, and I would like to fight for the center early on. But with a modern defense, it's quite typical to be worse early on, and usually black fights back afterwards. So I guess it's early to call anything.
Well, I think Jen made a classic mistake. We're not going to put it on the screen, but Jen didn't trade her bishop for the white knight in a position where you pretty much always make that trade, which to
Right.
me means that Jen doesn't really, she's not very familiar with the risky opening she's chosen.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm more optimistic than I normally would be. And also it's a good way of creating some excitement, right? Because it is
Mm-hmm.
more fun with Alexandra fighting for first rather than second. And I mean, creating excitement, that's well and good enough. But I also do genuinely believe that Jules has played very well this tournament. And even though she hasn't been able to convert some of the good positions she's had, it would be
Mm-hmm.
just a tremendous shock for the tournament if she could get her breakthrough in the final round and against the strongest opponent.
Yeah, that would be crazy. And I guess the players also being content creators, they know how to make it exciting for the audience. They know what to do exactly. So, yeah, this is a very fun round, and anything can still happen in this very last round.
In the meantime, we've had some developments in Andrea's game as well. And
Mm-hmm.
the main development there is that Nemo has played an absolutely atrocious move, which has put Andrea in the lead, if we can use that sort of terminology in chess. Andrea made the decision to retreat her knight. I believe that's a very good decision. We talked about how this black knight is kind of standing in the way of, well, everything else, the bishop, the knight, and all of that stuff. So avoiding the trade was a good decision. I consider just going back where you started, but Andrea wants to keep the knight centralized, and I think that was just a better move than what I suggested. Nemo then played
Mm-hmm.
pawn to b5, which is absolutely terrible. And Andrea has exploited this rash movement of the pawn very well by using her pawn to attack in against Black's. Black's pawn cannot move forward thanks to our trusted knight and where it chose to position itself on the previous move. And instead, Nemo has found nothing better than to make the trade pawn for pawn, but that opens up for the white rook along the edge of the board. And Andrea now has a significant advantage in this game. Nemo's pawn structure is ruined. These two pawns are not working together anymore. Her undevelopment of the knight would have been clever if Andrea made the trade, but now that Andrea instead chose to retreat, I'm not super impressed with the coordination of Black's pieces here, and I think maybe both Jules and Andrea could get a big win in the final round. They certainly have significant advantages at the moment. Ooh, and just as this happens, we get a big mistake from Alexandra. Ooh, it's not a big mistake. Ooh, my first instinct here. This might be brilliant. This might actually be very good from
Ooh.
Alexandra. She spent some time on it and she played knight to c5. And first thing I'm thinking is that, oh, that's awful. Because now, after the trade, white is no longer having that easy play with the queen and rook pointing down towards the black pawn. So my first instinct is, oh no, that's bad.
Mm-hmm.
But what I failed to realize is that after this trade, Alexandra is going to secure herself control of the d4 square. This is a square that, because the white pawn is blocking the black pawn is now unable to gain control of this square. And Alexandra can reroute her knight there. And it's going to be an absolute monster for the rest of the game.
That looks amazing. The knight rerouting to d4. D takes c5 is on the board, so this is the current position. Let's see what well, where the queen will go to, but I'm curious to see if Alexandra also has this maneuver in mind. She has to have thought about this maneuver. I mean, the knight on h4 is not doing anything. I was wondering how the knights, both the knights got on the edge of the board. But it seems like Alexandra is fixing that problem of having the knights on the edge of the board, and now the knights are finding better places, and it would be nice to have the knight on d4. And with this pawn on b4 now also being extremely weakened, I do see really good chances here practically for white.
Why are you using the word practically?
Um, because I don't know, it just looks good to me. But yeah, the computer is not that excited as I am.
Ah, okay. Well, don't let the computer get you down.
Well, I also have a Grandmaster as co-commentator, so it's tough out here.
I'm trying not to reply to a comment in chat. Oh, good God. I'm not that old. Some guy saying I could be your father. That would be very, very dubious.
No, you're not that old. No, we were the same age the other day. And that's odd. That's an odd comment.
Whatever. Grandpa Hammer. I mean, I will be a good grandpa one day, but it's still ages in the future.
Hey, you're a good hammer. Don't listen to those chatters.
Queen D7 has been played, and Alexandra instantly knight D3. And sorry, knight F3. Dina's about to have less than 10 minutes remaining. She's got to be so stressed right now. She's all Russian School of Chess, you know, Grandmaster Dina, all of that stuff. Do you like? Do you think she even considered that she might be positionally outplayed and destroyed on the clock by Alexandra?
Well, maybe not before the game, but I'm sure she realizes now that she is probably in trouble because I'm failing to see how Black can play here with the pawn structure is just not really working in Black's favor. This pawn on b4 is pushed too much ahead. You can't really create much play on the king side with Black, so what else is left then?
Oh my God, chat today. Someone in chat asking, "Does Hammer have children?" And this is you. You're talking to them, all of them. Yeah, my job is basically babysitting chat on the Botez
Yeah,
channel.
yeah,
You
that's how
are
it
it.
is. What did I walk into?
Um, I don't know. I think I'm just in a better mood today than I've been the other days.
Does it have to do
And
with Alexandra's position?
maybe that's not a bad shout.
Yeah, I'm sensing a lot of excitement. You're also very optimistic about Jules's chances, even though it's what move 10 or something.
Yeah, maybe not even that. But Jules's advantage in the last couple of moves has increased even further. Computer saying Jules is completely winning at the moment. And Jules is playing like very sensible moves. And Jen is kind of panicking because the opening went, well, not the way it was supposed to.
Yeah, her pieces are very stuck on the king side, and yeah, it's hard to see how you can break through with black. I guess maybe you have to try something like c5, but yeah, with the knight on g5, that piece is very strong there.
I think we lost sound.
Oh, did we?
I don't know.
Oh, I think we did. Oh, sound is oh, we're here. Okay.
You can't go, five people can't go sound and then not, immediately say, okay, sound is good again. Dina just moved her queen a second move in a row. Wow. Look at Dina. She is sweating right now. First, her queen was under attack. She plays queen d7. And when Alexandra plays the most obvious move there has ever been in a game of chess, trying to direct her knight towards the d4 square, Dina moves her queen again. Dina's completely out of it. And Alexandra replies instantly, knight to d4. Dina has 7 minutes, 45 seconds, and she's completely lost control of the position.
This is madness. What could possibly the reason of her move queen c7? Why did she go for this move while she had this opportunity already a move prior to that?
I think she just regretted her previous move and she wanted to be able to go bishop to d7 after the knight comes in.
Ouch.
But if she had played queen c7 instantly, that would have saved her a full move. Then it would be her move here, as opposed to the other way around. Okay, but queen d7 was played, and knight d4 was played. Rook b8 from Dina.
Yeah, this
I mean,
position is looking ugly for black.
if I'm Alexandra right now, I mean, I'm so considering bishop h3, but it might be a shot in the dark. Just
That's a
trying
tough
to
one to
attack this
make.
pawn, but then just defend the pawn and doesn't really do anything. I think f3. So now white has this really strong knight in the center of the board. Very difficult to deal with. But black has a very good knight as well. So maybe it's time to chase the knight. The problem with that is that it creates some weaknesses with our pawn structure. But then we can reroute this bishop, something like this. It seems pretty nice.
Yeah, it seems a little sophisticated. There should be a simpler idea for white, I feel like.
Okay.
Can we somehow win the B pawn?
I don't think the B pawn is as weak as you're making it out to be. Because
Interesting.
anytime I move my rook over here and capture, like there's the recapture of the a5 pawn. So in order to win this pawn, Alexandra would need to go pawn a6, rook a4, queen b3. And even here, you're not winning the pawn because the knight can just attack the queen and move back. So it's very difficult for white's pieces to get access to that pawn. So I'm not super optimistic about winning it. And for that reason, I'm not super sure we should spend time going after it.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't look so easy, especially the knight d2 move looks really annoying. I almost want to give up my bishop for that knight, but the only reason that I don't want to commit to this is because of the d takes e4 capture. And then I also don't have queen b3 anymore.
Wait.
But maybe I can combine
No, I
it.
think this capture is much better, no? Because then
Yeah.
black is attacking towards our king. The other capture I would be kind of fine with. Because like here, what the bishop's going to do, the bishop might place itself on the d5 square, but then it becomes a very defensive bishop. Capturing with the other pawn allows the bishop to actually have some attacking intentions. So with that in mind, but this is a very committal move. Like we don't want to take it now because of f pawn recaptures and the potential attack against the king. But if we somehow like imagine a scenario where we go f3, kick the knight, the knight moves to this g5 square, and then pawn to f4, knight returns. Here, I would be very happy to take. And it makes a huge difference that, so previously, when we had this position, there was no chance we could get our pawn forward because that pawn would always be captured and it would open up so many new avenues for black to attack against white. But if we somehow manage to get the pawn to this f4 square first, then this trade is going to be okay for us. Because now this pawn is really well placed. It's controlling in towards the center, but mostly it's just blocking any sort of chance for black to kind of point down with the rook towards the white king. Because this pawn is protected by two other pawns and kind of stands like a beacon of defense. And it also allows the queen to give protection along the second rank, which is going to keep our king a lot safer.
Interesting. I like this position quite a lot. But I
Yeah, but
guess it's
we can't
not
really get
easy.
this. We can't really get this because if we go pawn to
Mm-hmm.
f4, alarm bells are gonna go off in Dina's head, right? She's gonna be, I
Yeah.
wonder what the idea of that is. She wants to take my knight, and then the knight is just gonna go back, and we've created weaknesses for no good reason.
Yeah, or even bishop d7 and try to recapture with the rook. That looks quite terrible for white too.
Yeah. So um yeah, a tricky decision here for Alexandra, and she's spending her time trying to figure out the next steps. And that's the good thing about playing your moves quickly. When you do have a tricky decision to make, you have all sorts of time to figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a complicated position. I expect her to take quite some time here. It's a very critical moment, and you kind of have to figure out what is the idea that you want to go for. She may just want to try to chase that pawn before somehow, but as you mentioned, it's very difficult to do that in the moment. And yeah, this knight on e4 is quite annoying. So f3 would be nice, but it's not an easy move to make since you're weakening the pawn on e3. So she will have to come up with a solid idea here. And I think that's going to take some time.
In the meantime, in Andrea's game, Nemo castled. And frankly, this is kind of risky play, I thought. If I'm Andrea right now, I'm playing g4.
Oh,
Because with the black knight no longer being on the f6 square to keep everything protected, I'm just going to try and blast open the king side. And now that the black king has arrived on that side of the board. Andrea, though, despite usually being a very attacking minded player, she's chosen the more strategic route. And she's moved her queen all over to the side of the board, trying to target the a7 pawn on the edge. Nemo has gone a6, which once again, this pawn is just blocking the options for so many of black's pieces. It doesn't feel great for black, but on the other hand, if Nemo gets two more moves, she's going to build her pawns in the center. And that's going to be very annoying, especially now that the white queen has placed itself in the corner of the board instead of being where the action is. So Andrea has to be very attentive to the fact that Nima's going to try and push the pawns in the center, and she needs to have a plan on how to react against that.
yeah, I guess it's not too late to try to commit to g4. And I guess you'd want to prepare it with bishop e2 first and then g4. But the question is if it's really going to work out. And yeah, I'm not so sure without the queen involved in the action. Andrea might be focused too much on the queen side here.
If she is very focused on the queen side, then knight to b4 would be a natural move to make, just
Mm.
to increase all of that pressure against the a6 pawn. But then Nemo's going to be able to punish Andrea for only having that one pawn in her focus. Because then Nemo's going to be able to blast open through the center, force here the trade because of the immediate pressure against white's pieces. And after the trade, the energy of black's pieces and this bishop in particular is going to be way more important than white managing to win a pawn on the edge of the board. I don't know how this would go though. What the optimal way of executing this? Maybe knight to c4. Okay, never mind.
Oh. It's not easy, but I guess this helps black so much because suddenly black has so much more space than a few moves ago.
And also, like, even if you win this pawn, what are you doing? You're trading off the 3 black pieces that hadn't developed whatsoever.
Hmm.
So you're winning a pawn, but you're at the same time, you're just giving away your entire development advantage and, in fact, putting yourself quite far behind.
Yeah.
So, but I like your move, bishop e2. And
Because
then,
developing doesn't hurt.
yeah, just develop, see what happens. And then if Nemo goes f6 to try and go e5, we have this g4 idea, which is really powerful now, especially since the Black Knight no longer has access to that f6 square
Do
to
you
try and help
see
defend.
you see the king going to d2 to
I don't
help?
see the king moving at all.
You think it will just stay on e1?
Yeah, why not? It's
Well, I want to involve the queen, maybe to g1. That would be nice.
maybe we can get the queen here on this diagonal.
Oh, okay.
But I think mostly it's like I'm not even sure we need the queen because we're immediately attacking the pawn on h5, and if that pawn is captured, then I guess we recapture. Black tries to go e5, attack the bishop. Bam, here come we. And bam, sacrificing the bishop. Bam, bam, boom, boom, checkmate. Didn't
Wow.
need the queen. We did not need the queen.
You've become quite an attacking player overnight, Hammer.
I've always been good at giving away pieces in commentary.
Okay.
It's a lot easier to attack when you're giving away other people's pieces.
That's true, but yeah, it's amazing. I'm here for it.
It's just in my own games, I wouldn't
Wouldn't do
necessarily
it.
give away stuff
You would rather play the night before?
without consideration. Well, I wouldn't play knight b4, no.
Fair.
But yeah, I'm still liking Andrea's position, even if I actually wanted her to try and attack on the previous move instead. Alexandra has made a move. Ooh, and Andrea makes a move. Bishop e2, good move from Andrea.
Great
And
stuff.
f3, I think, is a good move from Alexandra. I think just getting that knight out of its position, I think it's good. If the knight goes to g5, we have our pawn to f4 idea, which is like super high class positional play. But
Mm.
we didn't need to utilize it because Dina has sensibly moved her knight to f6 instead. And now Alexandra goes b3. I think that's
Interesting.
fine. I think that's fine. She's kind of using both of our plans. So
Right.
now she's going after this b4 pawn. And the reason she plays b3 is she wants to make sure that that pawn cannot run away. So after b3, this pawn is in trouble. It cannot move away from its current square. And Alexandra is going to go queen to d2, which is going to keep her pawn in the center defended while simultaneously putting pressure on black's pawn. And then the next couple of moves, it's likely we see something like this. Looks very good for white.
Yeah, you can't really protect the pawn on b4. And you were mentioning earlier that the queen can capture this pawn on a5. So let's say black plays a random move. Rook takes b4, queen takes a5. You just drop the pawn on c6, right? So that is also something that Dina would have to be careful with.
6 minutes, 40 seconds for Dina. I don't know. I don't know. You got to
Yeah, that's
come up with
concerning.
a you got to come up with a very good defensive plan ASAP, Dina. Or Alexandra might get second place. She might even win the whole tournament
Ooh.
if she can if Jules can beat Jen, and then Alexandra would need to beat Jen in a blitz tiebreaker. It is somewhat unlikely still, but it's been a very, very impressive performance from Alexandra so far. She has 3 out of 3 in her white games. And previously, her black openings in particular is definitely more thought through than her white openings. But it's great to see her getting such results. Bishop all the way back from Dina, opening up an attack through the center. Alexandra does not move her queen over. Instead, she uses her king. But this might be clever. I kind of like this because now she's actually threatening on f5. So she got Dina to play this move g6, which
Mm-hmm.
Dina kind of thought she didn't have to do. But now because Alexandra used the king instead of the queen, Dina's like, oh yeah, let's just protect this guy. And
Right.
then Alexandra's gonna go queen d2 now.
Yep.
Or maybe she should go
Attacking.
a6.
It's crazy that that pawn cannot be attacked really, because it feels
Yeah.
very weak there.
But the thing is, when Dina went all the way back, instead of just moving one step back, like in my mind, alarm bells are going off. And I'm
Mm,
like, ooh, she wants to go to a6.
true. But what happens after that? What if the bishop gets to a6? Because it doesn't really feel like it's doing much there.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. But if we have the opportunity, we might as well prevent it, right?
But
Alexander prevents it, but in a different way. I kind of like this
interesting.
a6 move. Alexandra goes bishop f1. Same idea, taking control of a6, preventing the black bishop from popping out there. This bishop needed to reroute itself anyway, because it couldn't stay where it was, because we decided to push this f pawn up to gain control over all of these super important squares. So the bishop kind of had to find a different diagonal anyway. So might as
Hmm.
well. Dina needs to go h5, h4 here, I'm pretty sure. She needs to try and put some pressure in towards the white king. Knight d7 played by Dina. Alexandra quickly rook a4.
Ooh.
Like,
Yeah, that pawn
Alexandra's
on
just
b4
going
is
after this
dropping.
pawn, and it's so straightforward.
Yep. Yeah, and how does black defend this? I mean, I guess black could try to attack the pawn on e3, but you just defend it very easily and that's it.
Well, I mean, you could go knight e5 now, and then if queen to d2. The thing is, you're never really even threatening to take this, right? If I now go h5, trying to make that counterattack against white's king, whenever you now take the pawn, black is going to have queen takes in return, and
Mm-hmm.
you're pointing the queen down towards the white queen, putting the rook in a very awkward pin. Earlier, you mentioned a variation where this didn't really work out,
Mm.
but that was because of the move knight takes c6. But with the knight now in the center of the board, Dina has that under control.
Yep. Yeah, so it's not so easy with white. 95, I really like that move. Is
Well,
there some sort of
I think Dina needs
sacrifice?
to push on the king
Mhm.
side very quickly. She needs to create some counter chances against white's king.
Is there some sort of sacrifice such as rook takes e3? Because that pawn feels very loose and maybe black can somehow get very active with the queen there.
Oh wow, rook takes e3 was a brilliant move. Dina missed it. Rook takes a3. That would have changed the momentum in the game. King
Mm.
comes in, queen gives a check. The king cannot keep the protection of the knight because then the bishop would come in.
And then the bishop becomes useful.
Yeah, but that would have been prevented if we had used the pawn
Yeah.
instead of the. But on the other hand, even if the king just retreats here, Alexander is up a rook for a knight and pawn. It would still be good for white, I think, I suspect.
I guess that rook on a4 feels very misplaced
Well,
now,
but
and
what about this entire thing? Like the bishop is out of play and the rook is out of play because the bishop is not doing
yeah.
anything.
Yeah, I guess it will take time, but it doesn't feel so clear to me.
I don't know. I think this looks still quite good for white.
Hmm.
Dina went knight e5. Dina started playing very quickly as well.
Yeah, she has to. She has only 6 minutes left on the clock, and they are not that close to move 40 just yet. So this is going to be exciting to see if Dina can survive the time scramble. But she's already in the worst position. But for now, she's holding up pretty well, having played knight to e5.
Oh, wow. Dina even had that rook sacrifice, rook takes pawn earlier.
Oh,
Oh, wow. King to f2 actually got a question mark on chess.com because then rook takes pawn would have been a brilliant move. And this time here, it would be a lot more effective than what we saw earlier because here the king would not be able to hide on the g2 square.
oh wow.
So here the king would not be able to run away and you would get hit by the double of the queen and bishop pointing in.
That's crazy.
Ooh, huge miss.
So where
Yeah, no,
was
it is
draw then?
often kind of safer to use your queen to protect stuff.
That's crazy.
Now Alex goes she goes a6. I like this move.
Yeah, it's very good, including a6. After having seen all that craziness, a6 seems like a really good idea.
Bishop just never getting in on this side anymore. Dina goes queen e7. And now after queen d2, like what is Dina planning? How is she saving her pawn?
Hmm. Maybe she's hoping to play g5 and f4 and somehow break open that king side.
Dina's positioning herself as something like h5 here. I think she's positioning herself to say that if you capture on b4, I'm going to make the trade, which lures white's queen away from the defense around the king. Dina goes
Oh.
g5.
Oh, but there are tactics over there, so you can't really take
This is
b4.
very dangerous. This is very dangerous for Alexandra. She needs to slow down now and start thinking about all the trickiness that's happening. If rook takes pawn, that would be a losing mistake because after takes, Dina can move this knight away to open up the attack towards the e3 pawn. I'm not sure where you should move your knight, but there's
Knight
probably
d3.
multiple good ones. Knight d3, knight takes f3, and knight g4 all look pretty good.
Knight d3, I think, is the most forcing because you take on e3 with check and take the rook.
Yeah, so you would have to take that, and then the queen comes in. Yeah, fair enough.
Mm.
Um, okay, but that's pretty easy. So I don't think Alexandra is going to fall for that. But the problem is, in order to reinforce the protection of this pawn, she needs to go rook e1, but then the rook is no longer defending the pawn on c5.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Potentially, she needs to just abandon this whole idea of going after the b4 pawn, which was my instinct initially, right? Because
Mm.
I was like, I'm not sure we can go after this pawn. And now that pawn is surrounded, but even then, The counter pressure black mounts in the meantime is might be too much to handle.
Yeah, I guess it all started
Maybe
with the
we
move
can
of
just
the
move the
F3.
rook one step
Mm-hmm.
forward.
Mm-hmm.
If the problem here was that the queen was attacking the rook.
Yeah.
Alexandra plays bishop d3. She didn't really spend a lot of time thinking here. I feel like she could have used a longer think to really delve into the specifics.
But I guess she's stopping all of those ideas. She's making sure that e3 remains protected, and I guess she is trying to bait Dina into capturing the bishop off the board because this knight is pretty strong, I feel like.
Yeah, I don't really see Dina being baited into anything she doesn't want to do. I guess queen f6 now is just going to defend. Then maybe bishop e2. Dina would
Yeah,
have to go with the queen back.
now f4 gets interesting.
Sorry, what?
F4,
f4?
f4.
I don't know. I'm not super keen on
No, you
weakening
don't
around
think
my
it's winning
king.
material?
Winning material? Oh,
Yeah.
c6 is hanging. I forgot about that. Ooh, yeah, no, that's good. That's very good. But then maybe Alexandra should have gone bishop here to begin with. Because if she's threatening to get rid of the knight, then that may force Dina away from her kind of. Hmm.
It's still not so easy for black to play here. Bishop d3, I really like the move. It's challenging Dina a bit, but yeah, I guess she can always retreat to e2, but the question is, will she do that after having played bishop d3? I'm not sure about that.
But it makes sense, right? If the queen comes to protect the pawn, retreating the bishop enables you to capture on b4 next. Because you got to make sure that there's no tactics with knight takes d3.
Hmm.
So I think this is very logical.
Right.
And if she can get queen f6, bishop e2, like for Dina to understand she can't just go back, that's also kind of tricky. The thing is, I feel like Dina is considering f4 here because Alexandra has put herself in a bit of a situation with that the queen has to defend the bishop now. And so any sort of breakthrough here, the queen cannot capture because then you get, well, triple forked.
Hmm. Guess you have something like bishop f5 there, so in that line, it should still be fine. You don't really want to trade those bishops, preferably.
I just dislike anything that removes defenders around the king because, frankly,
Mm-hmm.
the black king has no defenders, no pawns to defend it, but white just has no pieces in the vicinity of the king. So it's not going to be too much of an issue.
Right.
Whereas seeing this with this and this, like everything pointing in towards the white king, it's kind of nerve wracking. Dina's going to push
Yeah.
this pawn 100%.
3 minutes left, though. She has to move fast.
And because the threat of pawn takes on e3 is so strong, we probably have to make this trade. So trade,
Yeah.
and then we can't go rook g1 probably because there's stuff over here.
What about retreating the bishop somewhere just to
Yeah,
cover
I
this
think,
d3 square?
yeah, we just need to go back. And then a position like this is just super unclear because there's still a lot of pressure down on white's king. Very tricky. Dina's at 2 minutes now.
Ooh. 9 moves left, or at least 10 for Dina still.
And this is super complicated position. So this is the kind of position where being this low on time is seriously detrimental.
Yeah. Let's see what she decides to do here, but very tricky position. But yeah, I guess it makes sense to play f4 just to try something, just
Yeah,
to
no,
get something
I
going.
don't even know why she's thinking. She's gonna go to f4. There's like no chance she does anything else. Someone in chat said that g4 was preferred by the engine, but there's just no chance you're gonna go into this. Like, look at this
No way.
bishop. Look at this bishop. It's a complete disaster. You can't do that.
Rook f8 is played.
So Dina's going for f4, but she's waiting a move. I still want to go bishop back. Alexandra needs to realize that having the knight being able to capture the bishop in a lot of these variations with the pawn pushes is seriously uncomfortable.
Hmm.
And like tactically, it doesn't make sense having a bishop here that's always dependent on the queen defending.
Is f4 here completely insane? Because I still want to be able to take on c6, so maybe allowing moves such as knight g4 is not too bad.
I like it. F4, good move. Knight check. We thought knight check was going to be annoying, but we're fine because we have the counter pressure.
Hmm.
And then Dina's going to have to defend here. And we use that opportunity to kick the knight. And the knight cannot capture because then we. Engine didn't like that. Oh God, this is just such a
Wait,
tricky
wait,
position.
king
If
f2?
not
The knight
moving the
is
rook,
trapped. With king f2?
no, but like king f2, there's takes, and
Yeah, that's why I was
this
not
is
so
bad.
sure. That's crazy.
Yeah, actually, I changed my mind. I don't want to go f4
Too
anyway.
complicated.
Yeah, no, it's too much. No, just bishop back, pawn push, takes, and then maybe rook g1. We can't go rook g1 because there's always pawn, queen takes pawn. And even though we're taking this one, giving a check with the rook and threatening the knight kind of it gets away and defends against both those threats at the same time. This rook we have on a4 has done nothing for the past couple of moves.
Hmm. Yeah, it's staring at that pawn before. We want to take the pawn, but that's not so easy to do.
What a tense game. What's happening in Andrea's position in the meantime?
Not much has changed really, other than Andrea having to retreat the rook to a2. And
Well, in
yeah.
in in Nemo playing the knight to b6, she also did open up for the bishop towards the g4 square. So that means Andrea no longer really can go for the g4 plan.
She can prepare with f3.
No,
No, you're
no.
okay with g4, but not with f3 g4?
Oh, no, but that's a huge difference. What are you talking about? Here I have my pawns defending each other, and these pawns, if I'm going to leave my king in the center of the board, I need to have my pawns defending each other, the ones in front of my king. So pawn to f3, that is an instant no from me because
Okay.
if it opens up through the center, it's going to create a lot easier ways for black to attack towards my king.
How would I sit on f2? It feels safe there.
Yeah, but Alexandra just played king to f2 in her game, and that immediately allowed a rook sacrifice
That's
against
a
a
different
similar
game,
move.
Hammer.
Well, it's kind of similar, right? Because the reason you get to the f2 square is because there's no longer a pawn protecting on the
All
and there
right.
is a rook on that e file. Alexandra's gone bishop to e2. Maybe she should have done that on the previous move. So here it is, Alexandra going bishop d3 and then has to back up because she realized her plan was not the greatest. And now Dina plays f4. This is kind of scary.
Yeah, things are heating up in this game. Dina down to 2 minutes, but she is playing the right move. So let's see what Alexandra can do here. But she has to take on f4 with the e-pawn. She has to. She cannot keep this pawn on e3.
Well, she could go king g2.
Oh, wow. What about do we have to be concerned about queen
Because
d7?
well, the thing is, anytime we accept the trade between these two pawns, we're also kind of accepting that we're going to have fewer pawns defending our own king.
Mm.
So if we could get this trade on our terms, we would have 3 pawns still next to our king, rather than after this kind of situation, we only have 2 pawns.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, making this trade and then going king g2, I think also is okay for white. I think it's just very important that we either this move or the next, we need to go king g2 in order to avoid having our king on the same file as the black rook.
Mm-hmm. What about pawn takes, king g2, and queen d7? I want to play queen h3 and scare you.
Well, you're not threatening anything.
Not yet.
I'm going to
I mean,
hide my king in the corner, and then I'm going to introduce to you my little friend, this rook pointing
hmm.
down on your king.
Yeah, I don't
Because
really
black's
like your
king
little
is
friend.
also like, black's king is not that well defended. The only reason black is fine despite not having any pawns in front of the king is because there are no white pieces able to go over and attack on that side. But if we can hide our king in the corner and then bring the rook over, that would change everything.
Hmm. Yeah, I do like taking with the e-pawn. Taking with the g-pawn does not seem right because then you allow the queen to enter on h4, and then the king actually has to be afraid over here on f2. So you don't want to trade off that pawn on g3. This pawn e3 is much more vulnerable.
But the whole idea of capturing the pawn on b4, that is on a big, big hold. There's just way too much things happening on the other side that we're going to have to that was Alexandra's plan for quite some time now, the past couple of moves. She
Mm,
needs to change her focus to defending her king.
yeah. It may still be tempting to go after that pawn after e takes, g takes, and then still capture. But this king is in so much danger then not so easy to play after that.
I must admit, I've been very focused on the possible variations on the board for the last couple of moves. But chat is pointing out that Anna Kamling, who with a win could potentially tie with the loser between Dina and Alexandra, Anna has wasted a big, big advantage. And right now, she might even be worse in competition with Black's bishop pair. Anna's attack was looking super strong for a long time. But
Mm.
you may notice on that board that Linda has been able to get her queenside pieces into the game, and Anna is struggling getting the win as a result. In fact, I think Anna also could potentially lose this game with Black's bishop right now being quite strong. Black's king is still not super well protected though, so like it's a 3 point game, three
Hmm.
result game, but looking a lot better for Linda than it was not too long ago.
Yeah, White's pawn structure is not the greatest. It feels like it's hard to see how White can proceed the attack on the Black King. The Black King seems, funnily enough, very safe to me. And yeah, the players are down to 2 minutes on the clock, 16 moves to be played until the 14th move. So this is going to be a massive time scramble.
Alexandra is still thinking, but I think I'm happy with that though. This is such a crucial moment in the game. A blunder here would easily give the win to Dina because the black attack is seriously dangerous. And if she can come up with a good defensive plan, then Alexandra will have great chances to win.
Yeah, such a tense position. I feel like Dina can just throw pieces towards Alexandra's king. There's not much else that Dina can do here, so yeah, she can play on intuition rather than calculating the moves here. I see what you did there, Hammer.
I'm just engaging with chat on the side, just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah,
I like it.
people in chat were missing the obvious combination of letters. I had to step in and correct them.
Of course, of course.
In the meantime, I'm not super happy with Andrea. She played knight to e5, and I think this is a mistake. And it's an interesting reason why. In chess, a piece does not control the square it's on. So when Andrea plays knight to e5, the knight is no longer controlling the e5 square. And this is the most important square on the board right now. And that's why I don't like her moving into it, because I would rather have her controlling it. And
Right.
NEMO has taken that opportunity to immediately challenge in towards the knight. And the last time NEMO did that, the best move for Andrea was to just back down. But this time, if she backs down, NEMO will not repeat the moves. She will instead push forward her pawn in the center. And there we see in a matter of 2 moves, because Andrea moved her knight up in the center, she lost control of that super important square and allowed NEMO to free herself with the e5 pawn push, creating threats in the center.
Is there a way for White to win that pawn on a6 somehow? I want to trade some pieces off the board and see what my chances are here.
Yeah, well, I mean, that definitely loses control of the e5 square, right?
So we don't mind losing the pawn on a6 with black.
Mm, well, I would mind, but maybe NEMO doesn't.
Okay.
So bishop takes pawn, pawn to e5 takes, I guess knight takes. The thing is, with the center opening up, the king is in some trouble. And if the
Hmm.
king tries to castle, then the pawn on h4 is undefended. So you're struggling quite a bit to keep the things. Yeah, you won a pawn, but now your king is in big trouble.
Yeah, and I think Andrea is going for this because she did take the knight on d7.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she really needed to try and avoid this pawn to e5 opening up in the center. And the past two moves from Andrea has really hasn't been focusing on that mission.
Yeah. Yeah, it's important to keep control of the e5 square in this opening. It's one of the key squares. But with all the pieces focusing on the a6 pawn, I think we're going to see this on the board where Andrea is going to take the pawn thinking that she's in a better position because how can she be worse being up a pawn? But Nemo will strike in the center, as you mentioned, and not easy to see where this king is going to. Looks very unsafe there in the center.
I'm checking in on Jennifer's game. It seems like Jennifer has corrected some of her problems, and I'm liking her position a lot more than I did previously. Um, Even from a bad opening, Jen is still such a good player that she should be able to fight back against Jules. But it's very exciting to follow, at least to figure out if Jules can make the final round upset. In the
Hmm.
meantime, Alexandra is still thinking, but she did make the trade between the pawns. And I feel like that was the big decision to make because we wanted king to g2 at some point. The question was just, should we do it before or after making the trade? Now that Alexandra has made the trade, I don't like that she's thinking anymore because now I feel like she committed to her decision. Now she's gotta get her king off this F file where the rook is pointing down.
Yeah, not easy to find that move. It feels so counterintuitive. She just played king f2 a few moves ago, and now she has moved the king again to g2. But yeah, with the rook on the f file, it does make sense to move the king just to be sure. And I guess it's hard to see other moves for white there. Any other move, it doesn't really feel like it helps white's position that much.
Well, I mean, I if I could play rook g1,
Mm.
I would like that. But the problem with rook g1 is that it abandons the pawn on c5, and then I think queen takes c5 is quite a bit annoying. I suddenly realized what Alexandra's thinking about. Is she thinking about taking on b4?
Yeah, it could be, but I thought it's obvious that this king on f2 is just very unsafe in that
Yeah, you're
line.
right. It's just that sometimes it's so easy to understand. Ooh, Linda just blundered. Linda just blundered a piece. Wow. Linda had taken over the position against Anna Kemling, and she was looking like she would not only survive, maybe even go for the win. But Linda just blundered a piece. Anna moves her knight into the center of the board, attacks the queen. The queen has to move, but then White's knight will continue further forward with a fork against the black king and the black bishop. So we're getting some results coming in right now. Anna Kemling, she will beat Linda Diaz and she will finish with how many points? Four and a
She will have
half
4.5. Yes.
out of seven. Um, and that will secure her a prize unless Dina and Alexandra is a draw.
Yep. So it will still depend on that game, of course, but Anna looking good here. She has to play the move knight to d6 to win the bishop. She hasn't moved just yet, but I'm sure she sees the move, and she does it.
In the meantime, Nemo has taken back Andrea's knight with her queen. And
Oh,
Alexandra goes king g2. Okay, we're getting moves in, important moves
Okay.
in now on many fronts. King G2, good move from Alexandra. We're happy with her for that. Dina only has 2 minutes remaining, so she's going to reply pretty quickly. Dina moves her queen up to point down towards the white king. But now the pawn is pinned. The black pawn cannot capture the white pawn here because of the tension between the queens on the diagonal. And this means Alexandra can now go king h1. She can just hide her king in the corner. The black queen is no longer putting pressure on the c5 pawn. So now Alexandra can get her rook over to that king side and point it down towards black's king and queen. So I'm really rooting for king h1 here for her. In the meantime, Nemo not capturing with the knight, then taking with the knight would have taken control of this e5 square. It would have accomplished pawn to e5 later on. But by taking with the queen instead, Nemo is too focused on trying to avoid losing a pawn. And taking with the queen, number one, does not gain control of the e5 square. But there's another important feature with that move, and that is the queen is no longer pointing towards the pawn on h4, which means it's a lot safer for Andrea to castle now because she doesn't have to fear the h4 pawn's safety.
Yeah, it's surprising that Nemo took with the queen on d7. It would have made sense to focus on pushing the pawn to e5 and indeed remain having the queen attack that pawn still on h4. But now, yeah, chances are looking good here for Andrea as she's looking to continue pressuring that pawn on a6. Do you think she will consider taking that knight off the board?
I think she'll consider it, but I'm not sure she should do it. But that's
Hmm.
another reason why Nemo's move was so weird. Because whether she takes with the knight or the queen, she's still gonna lose a pawn.
Hmm.
So like here, this also wins a pawn for Andrea. So I don't really, if you're gonna lose a pawn anyway, you might as well lose a pawn in the way that allows you to push forward in the center.
Yeah, those pair of bishops can get really scary, especially the bishop on g7.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be a pair of bishops, though, right? Because the
That's
bishops,
true.
the light squared bishops are getting traded off. I'm very surprised the computer thinks this is so bad for Andrea. It
I
looks
guess because of
completely
this bishop
fine.
here.
She didn't do it, though.
Oh,
Knight
knight
a4 instead.
a4.
That's a
I
good
like
move.
that.
Yeah. Eyeing some weak squares in black's position. She's she's ironically forcing Nemo to go back with the queen. But then the queen is going to attack towards h4 again.
Yeah, then you get to play knight
It's
c5 again.
yeah, no, at some point here I'm thinking maybe Andrea should just go c3, because then anytime Nemo goes e5 you can just back up, and then you're protecting this pawn. You've secured your situation in the center of the board, that there's no kind of breakthrough opening up pointing down towards the white king, and you can castle afterwards.
Hmm.
And if black's pawn tries to move forward, this just opens up an amazing diagonal for the bishop. So I'm very happy Andrea has moved her Jabava knight so that her c2 pawn may join the game.
Yep, it's time for the knight to move. And yeah, those dark squares in black's position are so weak, so that's going to be a challenge for Nemo to try to defend those squares. As that knight is going to jump either to b6 or c5, but most likely right here on c5.
Alexandra didn't go king h1 yet. And now she has been thinking for like 30 minutes over the past couple of moves. We're gonna need
Hmm.
some quick decision making soon. Dina's more accustomed to being in time trouble than Alexandra, because Alexandra just has been absolutely crushing her opponents on time the
Mm.
past couple of months.
But Dina has been making quite some big mistakes in time trouble as well, so she hasn't really been doing that well when being low on time, I feel like.
Ooh, there's a potential nice checkmate now in Anna's game. If she moves her knight forward, she can attack one of Linda's pawns. And if Linda moves her knight back to defend, we can't do the analysis, unfortunately, on these boards. But there's a very sweet potential double knight checkmate against Linda's king. Alexandra goes rook g1. Let's go. Same thing as king
Wow.
h1. Like, it doesn't matter whether you move the king back or the rook over. It's the same idea.
Such a
Dina's in
classy
big
move.
trouble. Yeah, Dina's in big trouble now. King h1 next move. Big trouble.
Wow. I like Rook G1 so much more than King H1 first because this
Why?
shows. Why
Yeah,
not?
but you're not supposed to reveal your plan. King h1, your
Okay, but it's
opponent is like,
obvious,
okay, they move.
Hammer.
It's obvious now that you went rook
Yeah,
g1.
but this is
It
so
wasn't
much
obvious when you went.
nicer. It's aesthetically pleasing that you play Rook G1 and you're challenging your opponent. You're telling your opponent, hey, what you gonna do now about that? Whereas King H1 is such a dull move. It doesn't really have anything to it.
Well, it's more flexible, I think. So king h1, like that's good in multiple scenarios, while rook g1 is only good if attacking the king is good.
But what is the second scenario then for King H1? Other than preparing Rook G1?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we would still have the rook protecting on c5, right?
And we really
So
need to defend that pawn.
maybe we suddenly decide to go after the b4 pawn
I
instead.
think you're running out of excuses, Hammer.
Rook f6 is on the board.
I guess King H1,
Well, now I'm wondering, can we go king f2?
yeah. You see
No,
how flexible Rook
king f2
G1
does.
is?
Yeah, no, king f2 doesn't work. Takes knight g4 check on the king while also threatening the
Rook
queen.
takes G4. Oh, Queen takes G4.
Rook takes g4, queen takes was
Yeah,
what
that
I
doesn't
had
work.
calculated. But I'm suddenly
Good.
realizing that king e1 is winning. Because then after the queen trade, the knight is still pinned. This is some super complicated stuff going on. Where did she put the king?
H1.
Which one? This could be the final minutes of Alexandra getting second place, maybe even first, maybe
Ooh.
in this tournament.
I would love to see a tiebreak. That would be crazy, but a lot needs to happen for that. I mean, only one result besides this game, but yeah, that remains to be seen. But for now, this game is getting it's super exciting already. And yeah, with one blunder, one mistake, the game is over.
Dina played knight g6, I think. Ooh,
Yeah.
look at the engine. Look at the engine.
Yeah, just take the pawn on f4, right?
Winning position. Pawn takes pawn. Dina cannot recapture because then takes the rook is moved away from the defense of the c6 pawn, allowing the knight to capture. But because of that, Dina's not going to take here. Dina's going to go back to keep that pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but then we just take no.
Um, yeah, we need three.
Yeah, queen e3 doesn't make sense to me though.
It doesn't,
Queen
no.
e3, just bishop d7.
Wow, it's even the worst move than yours.
Yeah. Well, my move was taking a pawn at least.
Hey, I'm trying to create threats here, all right?
Actually, maybe just take the pawn. I don't even care
Just
what the
take the
computer
pawn.
wants. Just take the pawn. Like Dina's low on time, and look at this. After rook takes, queen takes on f4. What do you think about this move?
Okay, classy.
The
It
knight
doesn't.
captures a pawn that was defended by the rook, but the rook has to defend the queen because the knight is not defending the queen because of the pin. So the rook is pinning the knight. The knight cannot protect the queen. Therefore, the rook cannot capture the knight because the queen needs to stay defended. And if queen takes queen, then knight can return. Game over.
Mm-hmm. Queen h4 on the board.
Dina's gone queen h4 instead. But now now there's some bishop d3 that's very tempting.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to go like f5 attack here. Maybe bishop d3. But the problem with bishop d3 is that then we're no longer threatening f5 because there's tension along the.
Oh, maybe there's knight takes c6 hammer. Knight
Alexandra
takes,
has
rook takes, queen takes, rook e6, f5.
GG's.
Yes.
Alexandra has
Will
7
Alexander
minutes
find
to
it?
figure it out. Wait, that was the idea against queen h6 also.
Right. And now it makes more sense.
Yeah. Okay, knight takes pawn is winning. What about rook takes pawn? Rook takes pawn is also probably winning. Rook takes here, threatens towards the
Queen
knight. The knight cannot move
d8.
because of the queen, but we have counter threats over here. Should be
Mm-hmm.
very, very good for white. What about pawn to f5? Pawn to f5 is okay, but I have no idea why, because frankly, that pawn is just getting captured, allowing the opponent's pieces into the game. Not a fan. Bishop d3, also decent move.
Prepares f5.
No, but it doesn't prepare.
She took on c6.
Oh my god! Let's go!
Wow.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good.
She figured it all out, Hammer.
Oh, and she didn't even need those 7 minutes.
That's insane.
Oh,
And
that
Dina
is
now
so
in
good.
big trouble.
No, it's over. What are you talking about? Big trouble. It's
I mean, it's the
over.
same.
No, it's not the same.
Well, I
Let's
mean,
go.
if it's over,
This is
you're in
going to
big
be her
trouble too.
4th win out of 4 with the white pieces. She's gonna leave Dina in the dust in this tournament. And she could potentially share first if Jules comes in clutch to beat Jen. Dina's captured the knight. Alexandra in with the queen. Check against the king. Threat against the rook. 2 big threats. The rook can move away, but then the pawn comes in.
Wow. So impressive by Alexandra.
And the knight can't even move to attack the queen because the knight is pinned.
The black pieces are just completely useless. Queen on h4 is on her own, not able to do anything there.
Oh, this is so good.
Did you have a lot to do with the preparation today, Hammer?
No, nothing.
Nothing at all.
No, she said yesterday or the day before, maybe, that she's been doing some coaching sessions with Bensea, an hour or two every day for a week or something. I can take no credit whatsoever, but I'm still
But
happy.
yesterday, she told us yesterday that she was hoping to get some help from you for today's game.
Yeah, but I think she didn't like what I suggested and then
She
listed
changed her
Bensea
mind.
instead. She didn't play what I suggested. Okay,
Aww.
bishop out, attacks the queen. Queen takes. Dina, bishop takes pawn, attacks the rook. Alexandra, queen here seems good. Queen up, counterattack on the rook. Seems good. When the rook moves, we can capture the pawn on b4. Ooh, even capturing the pawn on
Yeah.
b4 by mistake was winning, according to the computer. That is promising.
I was hoping to make it work. I couldn't figure out why, but maybe you could just pick up the pawn on a7 with checks.
Yeah, I don't know. Queen c7 seems like the best to me.
Yeah, just to avoid any
Ooh,
headaches.
but then the rook counterattacks the bishop, though.
Rook
That's
takes
maybe
b4?
unnecessary. Yeah. Oh,
Back
rook takes
rank.
b4. Yeah, no, I was kind of scared that suddenly there's checkmates here, but there's
We
also
checkmate
checkmates
first.
there. The counter checkmate.
Yes.
How many classical games have they played in the past? I'm pretty sure this is the first one.
I think so too, yeah.
When you're not like top 20 in the world, it's not super common to play the same player over and over and over. Maybe like if you play in the same national championship many years in a row, but these players have not done that for
Or I guess
obvious
in
reasons.
European Women's Chess Championship, players face each other regularly, but since Alexander is not
I
from
think that
Europe.
kind of counts as world top 20 though. The reason
Aw,
you're facing each other is because you're kind of playing.
but is that a compliment to me? Because I did
It
face
wasn't
Dina.
meant as one. No.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
And look at Jen. Jen is checking out this game more than her own. I guess she realizes that this could be highly problematic. Oh my God. And the camera went out. That is
Wow, what a
horrible
timing.
timing. Who
Well,
ripped the
players,
wire? Go fix it, Gerber. Instead of yelling in chat, just someone run in there and get this fixed. Dina sabotage. I mean, she would be our prime suspect if not for the fact that we were literally seeing her in frame.
maybe the frame was delayed. We will never know.
Okay, we got Andrea still, but that's kind of not where our focus was at the moment. Nemo did move her
Mm.
queen over to the queen side. Andrea has a good position. Imagine Andrea beating Nemo, Jules beating Jennifer, and then Alexandra beating Dina all on the final day would be amazing.
Yeah, that would be crazy. For the longest time, we didn't really have many upsets in the tournament, but this final day can turn into something.
Uh, oh, and Alexandra even they made move 40.
Yep.
So Alexandra doesn't even have to stress whatsoever. She has 34 minutes to figure this out. This
Yes,
is
a
this
lot
is
of
under
time.
control.
Yeah, and a lot of moves here are winning too, so she just has to find the easiest way to win here.
Since many moves are winning, she doesn't even need to find the easiest. Can find the most difficult for all I care, as long as it's winning.
Well, do you want her to play rook takes before then?
Uh, okay, I take that back.
Yeah, I understand. That's it's a rook. You don't want to lose that rook.
Some ways of winning better than others.
Yeah, that's why we don't want to win an easy way. We don't have to overcomplicate matters.
This is huge.
Yep.
And it's somewhat unexpected, right? Because frankly, I mean, Alexandra was doing fine in the tournament, but she was on 1.5 points out of 3, having made a terrible blunder against Jen in their game. giving away her queen. And now she okay, it's too soon maybe, but no, it's not too soon. I'm saying it. Now she's winning her 4 final games. What an end to the tournament.
Yeah, she did you see her posting this meme where she's knocking on everyone's doors and
I did see that.
she
Yeah.
murdered all of her opponents, and next in line was Dina, the Grim Reaper. Yes.
Imagine if she loses now, but she's not gonna. Have faith.
Oh no, the camera's gone again. Have we had a jinx this tournament so far? I don't think so.
Jules has been spending 20 minutes on her move. Yeah, no, Jen really managed to coordinate her pieces in a pretty good way. Um I guess Jules is thinking about sacrificing her bishop, but the computer says it doesn't work out.
Yeah, her position looks great, but it's one of those positions in the modern defense. It looks great. Your pieces are perfectly placed, but how do you continue? And that's where mistakes start to occur.
Yeah. Computer saying Jules needs to sacrifice a pawn in the center, but that's going to be pretty difficult to find. Queen c7 played by Alexandra. That was the move I wanted.
Amazing. Attacking the rook because we want to take the pawn without having to give up the rook for it. And that should be completely winning.
Vila, I don't care if you need to hold the battery manually or switch cameras or whatnot. We want the final moment of this game recorded for prosperity. Someone do something.
I think Vila said he's going to swap the cameras.
I mean, if Vila now takes the camera on Andrea's board and points it towards Alexandra, Andrea would be furious, but it would be good content.
What are the odds that the top game of the round is the one that has camera issues?
Very unfortunate. I'm not sure streaming a murder is TOS. Um, well, we are currently broadcasting the murder of Dina Belenkaya, so apparently it's fine.
Well, I think you'll be hearing it from Dina afterwards, Hammer.
I'm fine with that.
You
I'm
used
too
to it?
excited. Used to it? No, Dina and I get along pretty well, actually. We
Pretty
both,
well.
yeah, we
Yes.
both have a very strategic, and we're unhappy with people not following the basic principles of positional chess. We bond over that.
Okay. Yeah, I can see you guys bond over that.
Why did Dina get another 30 minutes? Because after move 40, all players get 30 extra minutes.
This
Okay,
is a
we
bit too
got
much, you
the
know.
the
We're zooming on Dina.
super zoom in on Dina's worst moment in this tournament. Dina also was in shared first place yesterday.
Wow.
And while Alexandra is finishing the tournament with 4 straight wins, Dina's finishing it now with 2 straight losses. which is
Ouch.
very disheartening.
I guess it was bound to happen, right? She had some really nice comebacks. She had some games where she was completely lost or she was not supposed to have won at all. So I guess it was bound to happen that one of the players would at least punish her to not get her, to not allow her these comebacks.
No, I'm getting it wrong, aren't I?
What?
Dina versus Jen was 2 rounds ago. Oh,
Yeah.
my bad. I just remember it as if it was yesterday. That
Oh
was a
yeah.
10-cent game.
Yeah, that was when they were still sharing first place 2 rounds ago, yeah.
Yeah. What should Dina do? Dina can't really do anything. It's over.
Hmm.
Dina needs to move her rook, and when she does, Alexandra will capture the pawn, winning the game. Why is Andrea thinking for 40 minutes again? I mean, can't you just be happy that Andrea had 40 minutes to spend at this stage in the game? Uh, it's better than normal. She has an advantage against a much higher rated player. I think I'm reasonably happy with how Andrea's been doing this game.
Yeah, I have seen worse. I'm getting used to the time management at this point. It's the last round of tournament that we've seen a lot.
She has kind of completely outplayed Nemo. Even if the computer is still saying it's somewhat equal, I still like this move c3. c3 just reinforcing in the center, and then as black pushes forward, I'll just back up and then I'll castle next. Seems somewhat better for white. I'll try to go like b4 knight c5 later on, get that knight to a great square.
Yeah, that looks good. But I guess there's still a lot of tension on the e file. I can see the bishop run into some issues. Hanging on there.
I'm not sure that's even a problem. Anytime black were to try and sacrifice their bishop against this massive white pawn center, it's like even if white loses a pawn through that, the weaknesses on the dark squares would be too much for black to deal with.
Maybe the center would compensate, maybe. Having control of the center with black. That would be nice.
What if Dina offers the queen to d8? Well, the thing is, queen to d8 trades queens. And after the queen trade, we're in a position where Alexandra has rook and 3 pawns in trade for a knight. Now, a rook for a knight is already quite significantly better. And then you can imagine what rook and 3 pawns can do. So this game is genuinely over, and Alexandra is she's gonna win it, and I think that's pretty exciting. Andrea's
Yeah.
castled. Andrea also has a solid advantage against Nemo. I like this move because now if pawn to e5, Andrea's just gonna capture. And then after all the trades, she can go pawn f pawn b4, and suddenly the queen is getting involved, even though it's on the corner of the board.
I like that. Such a sneaky move to play b4. And then the queen somehow gets back into the game. And also prepares and move knight to c5, so Yeah, this discourages Nemo from playing e5. I wonder what Nemo can play otherwise other than e5, because if she cannot play the move e5, then what else is there? Maybe something like f6 to prepare e5? That feels so slow and weakening.
Do you think this event will go forward in the years to come? I don't know, Kano. Maybe. I think there's going to be a big evaluation about, what was good, what was bad, and stuff like that.
It would be really awesome though.
I think for a first event, it's been pretty good. But at the same time, I think a second event could improve a lot of things as well.
Yeah, it's not
But
easy
I'm
organizing such an
the
event.
yeah, definitely not. And I think what is the one of the most important things is what kind of content was created that we don't haven't gotten access to,
You know, I
right?
saw a
Because there's
tweet where they were asking for questions for a potential one of those lie detector videos.
would you do one of those videos?
Oh God, I guess yes, but I'm scared that just because of the nerves while sitting there with that machine and all those cables around, and it feels like a very intimidating setting, and just because of that, I'm scared that every single answer, no matter how genuine I am, will be flagged as a lie.
Oh, so you would just try and tell the truth nonstop. You genuinely don't think that there are some awkward questions where telling the truth would be a bad thing?
Oh,
Or
absolutely,
it
but
doesn't matter whether you tell the truth or not, right? Because presumably the machine is supposed to catch you. So any awkward
yeah.
question and you're in trouble.
But what if you lie, and that's even worse, right? Then it means you're hiding something.
For something to be inadmissible in court doesn't mean that it's still not right more often than it's wrong, right? In court, you're supposed to be, completely sure something is right. But if you do a content lie detector test, and I mean, more likely than not, it's gonna catch you, right?
Yeah, I think
And
viewers will
then
just
I don't know. I feel like it depends on who's asking the questions. But someone like Magnus or someone like Alexandra, they know too many of my deep dark secrets that they would be able to construct questions that could be very problematic.
so you would
So
never want to
it's
do
also a
this?
question of kind of, do you trust your friends, right?
Right. So you've never done this before. Of
Of course not.
course not. And
Do,
you're
do
not planning
you
to do it either.
I mean, no, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
it would be kind of exciting, but at the
Okay.
same time, I'm just concerned about all the fires I have to put out afterwards.
I'm sure you would be fine.
I have been asked to remind everyone that Alexandra's gaming company that's working on a battle royale type game based in the chess universe, but also has a lot of elements of RTS, real time strategy games. They are looking for test people, play testers, they're calling it, for their. Oh, and Chess comes in with the raid. Hi, Chess.
Hi.
You're missing out. Well, you're not missing out anymore. Thank God. Alexandra Botez is about to beat Dina Belenkaya. It's going to put her at minimum in second place, but she could even get shared first place depending on how Jules does against Jennifer Yu in the final game. So even as Alexandra finishes there's a lot more excitement in store. I was just doing a promo for Alexandra's new chess inspired RTS real time strategy battle royale, all the buzzwords in the game category. And if you want to be a play tester of this before it's released to the wider public, check out the form using the command exclamation point play test in the chat.
Yes.
RTS is no longer a buzzword, sadly. I'm sorry about that, Ombre. I could tell your disappointment. I will say that I guess chess, in some sense, is a real time strategy game, but other because I tried playing Age of Empires and I don't have the ability to focus on three different areas of the map at the same time. So anything that's timed, I have massive problems with.
Another game I've never played.
Would you say you're a gamer?
Not anymore. I used to play Valorant, but I threw that out of the window because I want to focus on chess.
And how's that going for you?
I mean, I feel like I'm getting stronger, but my rating is not there where I want it to be. Um, but I'm trying. Do you think I asked this, well, Benjamin brought this up because someone mentioned it in chat, but do you think I can make it to international master?
Of course.
Yes, you think so?
Of course.
Wow, you're like the biggest critique out there, and you think I can do it?
No, but like chess is easy. Of course you can make international master. What are you talking
So
about?
I can also make it to GM then because it's so easy.
Ah, you might be a bit too
Uh,
old for that.
hey guys, at least he's honest, so I don't need a lie detector for him.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah, see, the GM question was a test. He successfully passed the test.
Well, there is a little bit of a difference
Mm-hmm.
in the level. Alexandra is going to finish this nicely. The question is just how do you do this the most accurately? Dina right now has set up a potential draw. We don't want that. After rook takes, king takes back. If Alexandra now just focuses on this pawn on the side of the board, that could potentially be a problem because Dina is trying to set up the bishop check on the king. And after the trade, the queen comes in, check. Alexandra has a huge material advantage, but she cannot avoid the queen giving lots of checks in towards the king. So, for that reason, she should probably try and focus defensively instead. May I suggest rook to g5,
Oh, that
attacking the
feels
bishop,
scary.
attacking the queen. And if bishop comes in to give a check, I will not recapture because then the queen gets in with the checks. But
Mm-hmm.
I will move my king,
Uh-huh.
and that was it. There's no queen way of giving a check. I have queen has to move here to defend the bishop. Then I will. I mean, I can't figure out right now how I'm gonna win, but I'm sure there's a way. Where's I can just go bishop f1, frankly. just chase the queen back, and then I'll trade the queens. And there's just so many ways to win for Alexandra.
Yep. So you just gotta be careful here with white, but since Alexandra has so much time, she still has 28 minutes on the clock, so she has plenty of time to figure this out. And shouldn't be too difficult for her now.
On the other board, Andrea has finally gotten the Jabava pawn into the game. She's played pawn to c4. I was advocating pawn to c3. And the reason for that is that after pawn to e5, I wanted to be able to go bishop back. I wanted this position. Just to keep the tension between these two pawns, because as long as there's tension between the pawns, black is unable to get the knight up in a good placement. Andrea, by going pawn to c4, she is allowing Nemo to make that advance. But after takes, this should still be a little bit better for Andrea, because she can put pressure in towards that black pawn in the middle.
Right, so a lot of trades in the center happening now. Andrea took on e5 with the pawn. So this may happen on the board.
Jules still has a very good position against Jen. If Jules wins that game, Alexandra is going from second place to shared first. Although they will have to play a blitz playoff to determine the winner. That would be a huge, huge turnaround for the final round.
You'd have to stay up for that, Hammer.
I don't know.
Oh, that's betrayal.
Well, the thing is, if I stay up and it doesn't go Alexandra's way, then you're just going to hear so much disappointment in my voice.
I mean, it's not much that Alexandra could do about because she's currently winning. So she has done her best she could today. But as a coach, you need to have faith and show support to your student, right?
I'm showing support by watching her until she gets the resignation from Dina, and I'm showing support by staying on until the interview and being the first one to congratulate her.
Okay. Well, I'll ask her if how she feels about you not staying up for that potential playoff.
I think she'll be fine.
That's maybe wishful thinking.
Rook g5 is on the board, by the way. Great move. Great move from Alexandra.
Wow. Amazing. By playing Rook g5, it's basically indicating that she has found after playing after Bishop takes f3, she is going to move the king, and that will be game over for Dina.
Yeah. Very convincing play. Dina is facing the ugly wall. I suspect there's some ugly wall memes in Dina's future. Just off the top of my head, I'm thinking Dina faced with the ugly wall, and then you have like picture of a wall, Dina's face being all kind of smashed up, and the position from the game. Something like that. It's a lot of potential to work with there. Ooh, After the trade between the pawns and the center, Andrea's gone c5 instead of making the pawn trade. I really don't like that because you needed to make this trade in order to have an easy plan of attacking the d5 pawn. c5, yeah, I don't like that.
She's too focused on those weak squares on the queen side.
Yeah, she's gonna get her knight to b6 though. Or maybe she's not. Maybe Nemo just goes knight d7, and then Nemo protects the square that Andrea wanted to use.
Hmm. Yeah, and then your knight is looking a little bit awkward on a4. If you can't really move forward, what is the point of having the knight on a4?
Yeah, problematic. In the meantime, Anna has somehow not yet won against Linda. And Anna, even though she's up a knight and a pawn, she's spending time on her moves. That I do not fully understand. And then we have this game with Jules versus Jen. And Jules has just pushed her pawn up on the king side. And that's a great move. And it's leaving Jen in a very, very problematic position.
Hmm.
And it's going to be really, really interesting to follow after Alexandra's game concludes. Because Jules could legitimately put Alexandra in first or shared first place right now.
Yeah, Jules has been playing really well this game too, putting Jennifer under so much pressure. Jennifer's development looks really awkward, especially the knight on h6. I'm not sure when it will come back to life from there. This is very awkward.
Such an incredible like we have been talking about how the tournament hasn't had that many upset results, at least according to rating. Um, but if we now in the final round get Jules taking down Jen as at the same time as Alexandra takes down Dina, that would be the greatest end this tournament could have had.
100%. So yeah, let's see how Jennifer is going to deal with this position, but with her king still in the middle of the center, in the middle of the board, I mean, her piece is looking really awkward. And Jules has just a really nice position. The pieces are well placed, pawn structure is fine, and she's putting pressure on the king side now. So I really like what Jules is doing here.
We also need Andrea beating Nemo. I mean, it looked pretty good for Andrea for a while, but this c5 move has really it's made her position a lot more difficult because now there's no easy way of putting pressure in towards Nemo's center. These two pawns defending each other is giving black good control. And also this bishop is going to be pointing down against white's queen. It's not over by any stretch, but for the first time in the game, Nemo has the advantage.
Yeah, and the pieces on the a file just look really awkward off white over here. They are not really doing much anymore, and you would like to use the pieces for other purposes than just sitting on the a file staring towards that pawn on a6.
Who is Jules's coach? Asks Radio. Um, I do not know. Do we have any Jules viewers in chat? I guess she spent a lot of time working with Dina, actually. So if Jules wins and Dina loses, that's well, it's good and bad.
I know someone that used to or still coaches her, but I don't know if this is public information. So am I going to be that guy?
Well, now you said it.
I
I
mean,
have to.
yeah, I
But
have
I don't
to.
make the rules. I spent 15 years at some point learning, the customs of the regular people. And as I understand those customs, if you say A, you got to say B.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
that's not true, I have revealed a lot more secrets than I was supposed to.
I mean, I don't think it's a secret. I think it's just, you know, I don't know. Okay, I guess a little background story. When we played in Formentera, I played Jules. And I was really excited to play her. A bit surprised because I believe I already had won a game and I didn't think I was going to be paired down, but then I faced Jules, so okay, it's fine. I played her and I won the game. Then the next game, I faced her coach, at least at that time. I don't know if it's still the case, but yeah, it's the person I'm talking about, and it is Grandmaster Tomas Sosa. Do you know about him?
I saw that he lost against someone in that tournament that he wasn't supposed to lose against. Oh damn, he lost against you.
It was a draw, but
Okay,
I
never
thought
mind.
I was going to win that game. It was a really cool game, but it was a draw. It was a draw, and there was not more to get out of that. But yeah, so I first played against Judith, then coach. But okay, I don't know if they're still working together or if maybe Jules has help from someone else in this tournament. I don't know.
People in chat is saying that Sosa is the coach of the 10-year-old Argentinian Wonder Kid.
Oh, okay. That I didn't know. That's awesome. No, Sosa's a great person. I mean, he was really upset after my game, but yeah, it was really awesome to play against him.
Okay, Dina moves her queen one step forward. Dina now is threatening queen to e1, giving a check in against the white king. Rook takes. Rook is going to decide this game in Alexandra's favor because after the trade, she can go queen d8, check on the king. King has to move up. And this is what she's doing. Alexandra is so good with the tactics. King has to move up, and now rook takes knight. Let's check on the king while at the same time attacking the queen. And that's going to force the resignation. Alexandra just needs to capture the knight, and Dina resigns. Let's go.
Wow, what a game. Congratulations to Alexandra taking down none other than Dina. What an impressive result, and also in what way? Such a
And
good
that
game.
finish, like she had already seen all of that. She was ready for that. An incredible game, fantastic performance. And Jen is going to be nervous about that. I guess we're going to put Jen's game up after we talk to Alexandra.
Yeah, that game is getting really exciting. I mean, the computer is so happy about Jules' position, and if I believe the players are now around move 20, okay, they're move 18. If you are on move 18 in the modern defense and you're still ahead in the position, then you must be doing something right.
No celebration from Alexandra. She has been saying in the interviews after the games that she kind of feels bad beating her friends. But if she's really feeling that bad about it, why is she still doing it?
She signed up for this. She created this tournament and plays in it. And yeah, I can imagine though. It's not easy.
No, amazing, amazing performance. And it could still be, it could be even more amazing.
Yeah.
GG's.
I
Yeah, GG's. GG's.
Yeah, we will tune into Jennifer's game real soon. That game is going to be something, as the players are also getting lower on the clock. For now, Jules still ahead on the clock, but anything can still happen in that game. And how amazing would it be to have a playoff? We were 2 days ago, we pretty much counted out the fact that this could be possible. And look at that. Today we're talking about it. It's a possibility.
Someone in chat is asking if Alexandra can make a norm with this incredible result, and that is one of my kind of caveats about this tournament. Because if we're playing classical chess anyway, and we're inviting all these people, 7 rounds is such a big time commitment. 9 rounds is not that much worse. But
Mm-hmm.
the thing is, you cannot get these norms in 7 round tournaments. For Alexandra, I don't think it makes that much of a difference because for her, getting the rating, I think, is more important than getting the women's international or women's grandmaster title. But
Right.
with her performance in this event, like if there were another 2 games, like if Alexandra could score like 1.5 out of 2, she would get a women's grandmaster norm. Like that is some serious business. That is incredibly strong performance.
Yeah. So I'm guessing she's aiming for the FIDE master title, right?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I thought that as a coach you would know.
Well, I'm just saying you're saying aiming, and then as a coach, I'm gonna be like, well, then she's got to put in more work. But no, because everyone can say, oh yeah, I'm trying to become a grandmaster. But it's such a cheap thing saying that and then not putting in the work.
Okay, okay. Right. Right.
Like
Okay. She'd rather have
I
FIDE
could say,
master, national
yeah, no,
master.
I'm gonna be the #1 player in the world. What are you doing to make it happen? No, I'm doing commentary on Botezlive. Oh yeah, no, you're amazing, great,
Yeah, great
fantastic.
stuff.
Yeah, so good.
I surely it could help me in my grandmaster journey, right?
Hammer is never even gonna be #1 in his country.
Oh my God.
You know, at this point, I'm just waiting to get to become 50. Then I can play in the senior championships. That's the closest I'll ever be to becoming world champion.
It's still a lot of time until that point. Don't worry, Hammer.
Not even the best chess player from his high school class. Yeah. What are you gonna do?
It's tough out there, Nora, isn't it?
Actually, the my middle school there was another Norwegian grandmaster who there's only like 20 of us total, but one of those other grandmasters actually went to the same middle school as me. Fortunately, I'm still ahead of him on the rating lists, though,
Okay. Okay.
for the moment. Wait, actually, who did Hammer go to high school with? I went to high school with a certain Magnus Carlsen. So, yeah. Oh my god! Oh my god! Julia just made a pawn sacrifice in the center that the computer wanted her to make. Jules just made the top computer move, sacrificing a pawn, and the computer is saying she's completely winning.
Wow, that is insane. Jules is cooking something up here.
Oh, that is so good. Oh, that is
Wow.
incredible play from Jules.
She's targeting the knight on h6. I see the line of the computer. I don't want to see it, but it's right there. But
Hello.
oh,
Hey, Jules
hello.
is winning.
Jules is winning?
Yeah.
You're kidding me. That would be the
No, she's crushing Jen, like absolutely obliterating her. She just sacrificed a pawn in the center, which was the computer's top choice.
Wait, that means I might get first.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be crazy. Oh, that would be insane. Because I looked at her position, I was like, this looks pretty good. But then I was like, my brain is tired. I'm just gonna wait to check what the commentators think.
Yeah, no,
Um,
it's great. Speaking of great, you just beat Dina. I guess you're gonna say you're unhappy about beating your friends, and this is not great. And
actually, the one-liner that we were using is Russian school of chess, more like Russian. I schooled at chess, but yeah, no, that too.
that's
Shots
pretty good.
fired.
Yeah, I'm so in trouble. No, I mean, obviously, I feel bad that I feel sad that Dina is sad. I feel happy that I won. That's reasonable, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you played an amazing game. That was really well played.
Thank.
We're being told that maybe you could turn around a little, not to have the sun in the background because it's very sunny in LA.
Ow. Yeah, no, sorry. I'll scoot over here. This is better.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, this Hammer, were you at all expecting this result? You can be honest. You can be honest, Hammer. It's fine.
No, I was not expecting this result.
That's okay. I
Are
like
you
I
gonna play some more tournaments now? Like you're playing very well.
Well, you know how I am. I'm either playing very well or I'm tilted and losing all my games, and we never know which Alex shows up.
Yeah, and what do you think was the common denominator between this tournament and the other tournaments where you've done well?
I think I had no expectations. I remember doing the post game interviews, it was like, I just want to not lose all my games.
And you think that's a good attitude?
Well, I don't know if it's a good attitude, but it makes me just take it one game at a time. And then I don't like when your expectations are low, you're okay either way.
The streamer school of chess.
No, but seriously, just low expectations is the key to happiness. I didn't expect any of this. If I'm somehow tied for first, that's the most insane shit I've heard all day. Like, nobody would have expected that. There was a lot of names people would have thrown out, but mine tied for first was not up there.
No disagreement from me there, no.
Thanks, Hammer.
I mean, I called this at the very beginning. I had faith in you, but not a lot of people were siding with me there.
Well, I appreciate it, Anna. I'll check the VOD, and if you were on the team,
You should. You should.
I won't forget. Well, I mean, it would be insane if Jules somehow won, but I know now what I'm going to be doing. How's Andrea doing? I would also be happy if Andrea didn't get 0 points.
Yeah, Andrea had a I think significant advantage in the opening. Computer didn't really agree, but computer thought Andrea was a little bit better. But she recently made a poor decision to avoid giving NEMO an isolated pawn in the center, and now NEMO is quite a bit better.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I'm gonna go be one with the Pepes and just hang out and chat and cheer Jules on. I sent Jules a message before the game. I was like, I believe you could do it.
Really?
Well, yeah, well, I mean, Jules is scary to play against. Like, yes, of course she's the underdog, but she has a shot, and she's
Yeah,
so.
no, yeah, no, definitely. We talked about how Jules has been so unlucky with her kind of score because based on the position she's had some really good chances. But
Yeah.
at the same time, it's like she's playing Jen, who's been absolutely destroying everyone.
Oh my God, please, Jules, take her down. Oh, that would be so sick. I would be so happy.
Nemo just made a mistake, and computer feels Andrea is better again.
Wow. Okay, well, I'll let you guys focus on the games. I'll be in chat, you guys, so I'll say hello. Thanks as always, Hammer and Ann. I appreciate you guys.
Fingers crossed
Wait,
for you.
we're
Thanks,
having a
Ann.
question coming in, Alexandra. You do realize that you need to play a playoff against Jen if they tie, if you tie?
Yeah, but I'm not thinking that far ahead, Hammer. One game at a time.
How was your game against Jen in the Blitz tournament?
I think I lost, and I'm pretty sure I played pretty badly. But at least I would have a shot, you know.
Yeah.
Like
Also,
I
she's gonna
prefer
be so shook if she does lose against Jules. That's gonna be
Hammer. If she does lose, I might need you to step off commentary duty and step on help me prep with the white pieces duty, just real quick.
Would you do that today?
Yeah,
The game?
yeah.
Wow.
I just want to tell you, Alex, that Hammer was not willing to stay up for your Blitz match if that were to happen.
I was gonna go to bed.
I'm your star pupil, Hammer. Who else do you have?
Your Benzea star pupil. What do you mean? Can we, by the way, talk a bit about your opening? Can we talk about how you played bishop to e5?
That's
Which
in
was
the Bethesda file.
yeah. In the Benzea file. Yeah. What was in the hammer file?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. Yeah. No, it was not that move though, was it?
I'm starting to think it wasn't. I'm starting to think you just wanted me to take the bishop.
I think you might be right. Yeah.
Well, aren't you happy that things turned out okay?
I am super happy.
Oh, he was so happy all game.
But I think you trying to guilt me by saying, aren't I your star pupil? That might fall on its own unreasonableness.
No, that's fair. I mean, I've been looking at both your prep and Benzea's, but sometimes I thought Benzea's was a little more tricky, so I had to make some adjustments, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll let you guys go. I'll talk to you guys later.
See ya.
Bye.
Have a good rest.
Congratulations.
Bye.
Thank you.
See, Hammer.
Okay. Let's
told you.
get the Jules position up.
Yeah, let's take a look because she is playing like a machine, Hammer. She played the best move again. And now Jennifer has been spending quite some time.
So Jen tried this really risky modern defense, trying to go for the win against Jules, even though a draw would be enough to secure her first place. So she didn't have to play this super risky opening. And frankly, already early on, I think it was pretty clear that Jen didn't have that much experience with this opening. Because after h4, h5, when Jules plays knight to h3, it's pretty common knowledge that you should take this knight to prevent it from coming to the g5 square. And this is kind of similar to what Andrea's opening was earlier today. Because like after you provoke pawn to h5, it becomes more difficult to control the square g5. Similarly to how Andrea was trying to get to the e5 square because it's more difficult to push the pawn forward. That would leave a lot of weaknesses. So Jen didn't take this knight, and already when she didn't do that, she kind of landed herself in some trouble. Knight to h6 was not great either, putting her knight on the edge of the board. The white pawns are controlling the squares to make sure that she can't get back into it. And well, to be fair, afterwards, Jen did a really good job of trying to push her pawns forward in a good way on the queen side. But Jules kind of coped with this amazingly well. And even if Jen made some aggression with the pawns on the queen side, Jules kind of just went with it and made sure that her bishop was not being trapped by the black pawn. And then when this trade happens, afterwards she plays the move g4, further limiting the options for the knight. And we're arriving soon at the current position where Jen played knight to a4, trying to remove the defensive knight and trying to open up the diagonal for Black's bishop. And this is when Jules started playing some really incredibly good moves. And in particular, the move pawn to e5 was fantastic. She's just giving up this pawn for seemingly no reason. But the key about this move is that it enables the white pieces to use the e4 square. So now knight to e4 sees the knight both defending the white king, while the bishop and queen are working together, attacking on the opposite side. And we get to the current position in the game. Jules is down a pawn, but she has some possible attacking ideas down the center against the black king, and it's going to be super exciting to see what she can do with this.
Knight G8 played, and I was going to ask, what is the follow-up here? Because it looks logical that the knight retreats, it was under attack, but I'm failing to see where the final blow is in this position. Why did we sacrifice the pawn if the black pieces seem okay here?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. But that's
I think only Jules knows this.
Well, that's why Jules's sacrifice was so impressive, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't really be sure what to do next, but the fact that she opened up the e4 square for her pieces, being able to use either knight or bishop there, it's a very impressive idea, especially and maybe particularly when the follow-up is not obvious thereafter.
Yeah, it's really difficult to see because for now the black pieces seem fine. It's not easy to infiltrate with white. I have a feeling there are some sacrifices involved here. I really want to make something with bishop g5 work, because after bishop g5 you can't play f6 as a g6 pawn drops. But yeah, and let's say the queen retreats to move square like f8, you simply have bishop takes g6 and you're threatening checkmate. But what I don't like about playing bishop g5 is how easy it is for black to defend with, let's say, bishop f6. And here I'm getting a little bit stuck.
Actually, I thought bishop f6 was the most obvious way for white to be kind of in a great position. Because the idea with knight to e4, to be fair, I did check the engine though. The takes. The thing is, this the knight on g8 is completely restricted by this pawn. And it also makes sense that when you sacrifice your pawn in order to be able to use the e4 square, I think it makes perfect sense to then utilize that square for your knight. And just, but it's such being, you're such a cool customer when you're just playing on down a pawn, giving yourself double pawns also. But the difficulty of the g8 knight getting back into the game is very, very real.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff. And the fact that Jules is able to play moves like e5 and just follow it up so well is just insane. And I'm curious to see what her next move is going to be. This position is more of a feeling. You have a feeling that something must be here, something feels right. And it's not per se a direct calculation. There's not a forcing line that is winning here. It's a matter of having a feeling of the position. The fact that Jules is understanding this at her level is really impressive.
Well, I think it's also fair to say that Jules's level is something very different than what her rating is at the moment.
Yeah.
Like, regardless of kind of the rating change in this tournament, it's very obvious that 1800 she's better than that. And like, this may have been a bad tournament for her in terms of converting the good positions she accomplished. But at the very least, she's shown everyone that if she plays a couple of more tournaments, the rating is gonna get a lot higher pretty quickly. It's gonna catch up with her, increasing her abilities, her playing strength. Another thing I wanted to mention is because Alexandra played against Jules yesterday. So I was looking at a couple of Jules's games, and basically back in the day, not very long ago, like earlier this year, her openings mainly consisted of playing some very dubious gambits. It really gave me the kind of chess twitch style thing, right?
Yeah.
Because she is a product of chess twitch, and before she was a streamer, she was a viewer, and she would play all these not my preference gambits. She played the Budapest. She played the I don't even remember what it's called. The all Albans. I don't know.
Okay.
Counter gambit, and also the Benke.
Wow.
But and this is what I'm coming to. For this tournament, she completely switched up her openings. She played both against Alexandra and against Dina and against Anna. Like all these games, she was playing new openings, which are more kind of like objectively good openings, moving away from like the online blitz. I'm gonna sacrifice a pawn and make your life difficult, to actually playing more like this line I have studied, and this is objectively good, and that is a really important thing to be able to do, to go into one of your kind of most important tournaments, because there's a lot of eyes on you here at the chess camp. But you go into that and you're like, okay, I've studied a lot. I've spent 6 hours a day figuring out my new openings, and I don't have any experience with it, but I'm just going to go for it.
Yeah, it's really impressive how her opening preparation has been just on point this tournament. She seemed to be really well prepared, and it has been paying off quite well in terms of getting the good positions out of the opening. But after that, the opponents were complicating matters quite a bit, and it was not that easy for her to end up in winning positions and actually win the game too. So to see her in such a good position against Jennifer is amazing for her, but she needs to fight until the very end to make sure to not spoil it. So let's see how she does. She played the move h5. What do you think of this move, Hammer?
It depends on what she's planning to follow it up with. If she takes and then recaptures, I think this could be oh, I'm doing it on the wrong board. I'm getting a bit tired. If she takes and recaptures, then the knight can very easily get back into the game potentially. So I wouldn't necessarily be such a fan of that. But I have seen the engine's recommendation, which is saying that after takes, you can go pawn g5.
Wow.
Sacrificing a second pawn. But the idea is that you control these squares that the knight wants to use. And if you had gone pawn to g5 immediately, the rook would just be able to capture white's pawn. So you're going pawn h5, trying to provoke the black pawn to the h-file. And now the rook has no mobility because the pawn is standing in its way. It seems too good to be true, but if that's her intention, that is some freaking grandmaster level shit right there.
Pawn has been captured on h5. So now Jules, is she going to play the move g5? I'm
mean,
here for it,
surely
but that
not.
would be insane.
Surely not, but still. Even takes back is very good according to the computer.
It makes sense, as in the rook cannot recapture, the knight is hanging on g8, so I guess she may just be playing g takes h5 just for the sake of it, and she did recapture on h5.
Still kind of dangerous for Jen. After the recapture, obviously the rook is pointing down on the king side, and well, there are no black pawns on the queen side. So the king is not going to be able to castle to either side right now. So the king is going to be stuck in the center. On the other hand, black has two more central pawns, well, kind of three more central pawns than what white has. But that's kind of it's kind of intentional because white doesn't have any central pawns, white is able to just have all their rooks and stuff point down towards the king positioning.
Yeah, knight f6 played by Jennifer instantly. She's down to 3.5 minutes on the clock, and there is, I believe, still 17 moves to be played, something like that. So she has to make her moves rather quickly. And I do like the potential of this h-pawn. You move the pawn to h6, and perhaps soon you get to play h7. For now, that pawn h6 is great, but this pawn is really annoying for black to deal with. So I feel like that could be of importance here.
Yeah. No, it's looking good. Anna is still playing. Yeah, somehow Anna has not managed to win with the extra with the extra knight and pawn. And like oh no, let me not say something. Like
Yes.
her position is so winning. Like it's ridiculously winning. But the thing is, she still spent 27, like she spent more than half an hour in a position which like you're supposed to be able to make all your moves in 1 second, no problem. I do not understand why she's spending so much time in these positions where like number one, every move wins, but number two, like she's more than good enough to make quick moves to just get her pawns through. It's very strange. And I saw this, Anna had the same thing against Andrea. She was up a bishop for no reason against Andrea, but she still thought so much that she ended up down to like 1 minute on the clock. And it's so unnecessary.
Yeah.
In an internet blitz game, she would win this easily, even if her opponent had as much as time as Dina. So for Anna, it's like she's spending the time she has, no matter the situation on the board.
How likely is a bishop and knight endgame going to appear here? Just bishop and knight.
No chance.
No chance? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Too
because
bad.
Anna's pawns are even next to each other. She can sacrifice her knight right now and still win the game. Like if she just pushes her pawns now, even giving up the knight is just instantly queening. It's very confusing to me that she's not playing faster. But she's going to win the game. At the end of the day, that is the most important thing.
Yeah.
Jules finding all the good moves. We'll see. We'll see. Pawn to h6 has been pushed.
Yep.
And Jen is making a desperate pawn sacrifice. Although that pawn, I would probably not capture. I think it would be a very bad idea to capture the free gift from the opponent. That would allow Jen to point her rook down towards the white king. Jen is actively seeking to get rid of her pawn in order to create some counter threats against the white king.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the attempt to complicate matters with c4 because you want to open up that c file. that knight on c3 feels a little bit loose, so you want to put pressure on it with your rook on c8. So yeah, let's see if Jules is going to be tempted to take that pawn, but I guess I would really like to keep it safe over here, not open up the c file, because that pawn is not going anywhere. That pawn is a weakness on its own already. And ideally, you would want to play bishop g5, knight e4 to put pressure on the knight on f6 at some point. But for now, we need to move that bishop.
Okay, I can tell I'm lacking some energy, and I wouldn't want to let the people miss out on this exciting finish due to a tired streamer. And for that reason, I am gonna take a permanent break from this tournament. It's been a great joy to do commentary with you, Anamaya, and for you
Likewise.
guys.
Thank you.
And I am so excited about Alexandra winning her final 4 games in a row. Alexandra also 4 out of 4 with the white pieces, which is fantastic because we've been very confident in her black openings, but now her white openings are looking great as well. But I'm gonna say good night for now, and we're gonna get a replacement on, just like I'm giving you a little bit of heads up with the finger, just like that. It was worth an attempt. Bye, everyone.
See you, Hammer. Hello, hello. I don't know if chat can
Hello.
hear us, but let's oh, okay, I guess we're already on. Hello. There we have our new co-commentator, my new co-commentator. Welcome back, Benjamin. It's been a long day with Hammer. He was super excited about the games today, more excited than I have seen in the tournament thus far. So it's good to have you on, though. And have you been able to follow the games, Benjamin?
Yeah, it's been a dramatic day here at the last round. I mean, pretty much everyone thought that, oh, the match between Alexander and Dina is going to be for second place. Great performance by Alexander winning that game. But now it seems like that win might even be a shot, giving her a shot at first place, as Jennifer Yu seems to be in trouble here against Jules. Who would have expected that?
Yeah, who would have expected that? I mean, 2 rounds ago, we knew already that Jennifer was going to be 1 point ahead of the rest, and she had a pretty relatively easy schedule for the last 2 rounds. But Jules here playing the game of her life so far. She has been finding the best moves over and over again, and also now playing bishop c2. She does not take the pawn. She does not care about pawns in this game. She sacrifices them so easily, and what a great position she has right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Alexander is saying in the chat, yes, chat, I know nobody expected me. Well, I think like Alexander beating Dina, that's a great result. That's not so much of a shocker, but it's really just, I mean, if Jules would win this one, that would be quite a shock, as she's outrated by 450 points, but it's definitely not over yet. But she's got a good position, and Jennifer only has 2 minutes on her clock. So let's see if we can have the upset of the tournament here.
Yes, meanwhile, Anna finally won her game against Linda, so she is joining the top, well, she's sharing 3rd place, 2nd place for now. Oh, actually 3rd place for now. After winning against Linda with 4.5 points. Actually, after Alexander's game, I believe the 3rd place is now decided, so the 3rd place is tied between Dina and Anna officially. Nobody else can catch up to those players, so that means they are sharing the prize money of 3rd place. So congratulations to Anna Kramling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great result by Anna Kramling. She's played great chess throughout, And look at that score table, Anamaya. She really went all out against the bottom four, winning all of her games. But it's great to see her making so much progress.
Absolutely. She had some really tough games, mostly struggling with time management, even in this game as well. But she managed to recover after a big mistake by Linda. And yeah, then it was a smooth conversion, but time-wise, it was still a little concerning. But she did play the right moves throughout, and she did not give up on that piece advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yep. In the meantime, we have a move by Jennifer. So let's see what she played. She played the move rook to b8. So putting a rook on the half open file, putting pressure on the pawn in b2. And now moves like queen b4 definitely come to mind. So let's see how Jules is going to deal with that. I mean, once the queen appears on b4, that looks pretty scary.
Yeah, that's why Jennifer went for the move c4 to open up that queen. So Jules has to be careful here, but the computer is so happy about Jules's position. I wonder how you try to deal with this position because, as you mentioned, the threat queen b4, it's pretty annoying. How would you try to counter this, Benjamin?
Good question, Anamaya. I don't know. I mean, maybe white should play a move like a3, stopping move queen to
Ah.
b4. To be completely honest with you, I saw that the computer was pointing out h7, but I was wondering h7, what happens after queen b4? But I guess it wants to go rook to g8,
Oh,
and if you
that's so
take with the
cool.
and if you take the horse, you leave your bishop hanging. But after rook g8, what if black goes king to e7? To me, it's not 100% obvious what happens there. I mean, we can take the rook on b8, but black recaptures, like take, and then I don't see the follow-up. Let's maybe make those moves on the board. So let's say Jules goes h7, queen b4, check here. It's saying knight d5 check, but what if I take, oh, look at this. If you take the knight, there's queen takes b4, and then bishop c5, and black is kind of checkmated after rook f1, but this is very difficult to find. So I don't know. I mean, to me, it looks very impressive if she goes h7. And if not for h7, then maybe a move like a3 is more human, stopping queen at b4. But then Jennifer can still play something like bishop c6 followed by queen b7 to create some threats.
Wow, that would be insane. If she plays h7, that would be crazy. But if you think about it, h7 makes somewhat sense because she pushed that h pawn all the way. She knows that she can play h7 in this very position. It works tactically because after h7, you cannot just capture it because bishop takes, rook g8, and some issues over here. You're not even winning that rook. You're just winning the queen over here because the queen is the only piece that can cover the check. So she knows that she can play move h7. So once she realizes that she can play move h7, then the next question is, when will I get to play rook g8? Because that's why she put the rook on the g file. So since rook g8 will be on the radar then the next question is how to get rid of that knight on f6. So these kind of patterns may be on her radar, but it's not easy. She's down to 12 minutes on the clock, and her task to win this position is pretty difficult. It is so complicated. The position is way too dynamic, and Jennifer still has chances to come back, I feel like.
Yeah, no, I'd be very impressed if Jules finds that entire line with h7 followed by rook g8. I mean, the calculation does seem quite difficult. So let's see if she will find it. I'm still here, right?
Yep. Yes. For me at least.
Yeah, Zoom was saying for a second, like, anyway, so let's see if she's going to go h7. Otherwise, maybe she can also go a3 to stop queen b4. But this game is heating up. I mean, right now, it's pretty much a rapid game with Jennifer having 2.5 minutes on her clock and Jules having 11. But yeah, who would have thought this at the start of the day that we might be looking at a potential playoff here?
Well, apparently Alex had faith in Jules since she messaged her just before the round started. So that was adorable. But yeah, it's crazy. It would be insane if Jules gets to take a full point off of Jennifer out of all the participants in this field and on the final day as well. That would be insane.
Mm-hmm. That would be insane indeed. And we still have the game between Andrea and Nemo going on. Andrea having a nice advantage here with the white pieces, but she's down to 9 minutes, so it would be great for Andrea if she can at least get on the scoreboard here. And yeah, she's got great chance here to at least get a draw and maybe win. Oh, we have a move by Jules. She played bishop to d4, but what about queen b4 now? How do you stop the checkmate?
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, she's maybe hoping to play a move such as knight a4, but that doesn't seem like the right way to defend here.
No, then I think black just, I mean, at the very least, after 94, black just trades everything off, takes on
Yeah.
d4, takes on h6, and that seems winning. And queen b4 is already on the board, threatening a checkmate on b2. I don't know. This looks very tough for Jules. But I would feel bad if like things go wrong now, because like things were looking good when Hammer was here. I joined, and now things might be turning around.
Yeah, Alex did say something in the chat that once Hammer leaves, things don't go her way anymore.
Well, she was saying whenever Hammer leaves, I lose. Well, at least, and Alexander won. But hey, don't blame
She
me.
won?
Blame Hammer. Blame Hammer in that
Yes.
case.
I mean, Hammer already said that he was not going to watch the Blitz match if it were to happen, so I already called it there in a way.
That's not the way. Yeah, no, it's Hammer's fault. Yeah, Hammer's fault. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. All right, queen b4 on the board. Yeah, that's not a real coach. I mean, of course, like the what is it, the blitz match? Of course, you have to stick around. Yeah, it seems difficult to stop the checkmate here on b2, and it's a very comfortable way to do so.
Yeah, this is rough. I mean, checkmate, threat on the board. How to stop this? If you play with bishop b1, you simply lose that bishop on d4 because you cannot recapture because of checkmate. So you can't do that at all. Then what's left? What move do you have left to defend the pawn on b2? Someone in chat pointed out that bishop b3 is the only move, which is completely insane. But she may just, based on process of elimination, she may just realize that this is her only chance because that bishop on e5 is hanging. So many pieces are hanging. And after c takes b3, you get to take on e5 and things are happening.
Mm-hmm. All right, so somebody in the chat is asking why not queen takes f2. All right, so let's put that move on the board. So queen f2 is a move. Black can take, and then you still go queen d2. I don't see. Oh, but I think maybe after queen f2, there might be this. What if we take, and then we go knight e4 check on the king and the queen. You cannot take the bishop as it's pinned, and if you take the knight, well, then black takes. Trades off the queens. Black's not winning any further material, but black's now up 2 pawns in the endgame with a strong bishop pair. So this is really the critical moment right here. So let's see if Jules is gonna find the right move. She's down 8 minutes against 2.5 for Jennifer.
Yeah, and the move knight a4 is one of those moves that come to mind as well to protect b2, but then black gets the opportunity to trade queens, and once the queens are off the board, the minimum that black has is an equal position. The h6 pawn will also be very weakened at that point, and yeah, I feel like that's not the way to go with white, so I guess bishop b3 is the only move. Other than that, there's b3, but I don't think b3, it feels like that's completely wrong. I'm not entirely sure what is wrong with it, but it feels like a move you cannot play. Jules played the move queen to e3, and for some reason, the computer gives zeros.
Yeah, queen e3, it does make a lot of sense, though, vacating the d2 square for her king. So now let's see if Jennifer will take the pawn on b2, then Jules will for sure play king to d2. And then the bishop on e5 is under attack. So I guess sooner or later, black should take on d4. White will recapture, and then maybe black has the time to take this pawn on h6. Bring in the rook, defending the knight, and then maybe you can follow up with rook to h. That looks pretty interesting.
Interesting. All right. So yeah, let's see what Jennifer decides to do. She's down to 2 minutes on the clock, and we are on move 27, so she needs to play quite a few more moves. And in such a complicated position, blunders are very likely to happen, but Jules is now down to 8 minutes as well, so both players are very prone to mistakes right now, and anything can still happen.
Queen takes b2, and I mean, king d2 is going to be on the board any second now because it's the only legal move for white. And I guess here, bishop takes d4 is also going to be on the board any second because the bishop's under attack. You have to take on d4. Jules will, of course, recapture with her queen. And I guess then Jennifer is going to take this pawn over here, defending the knight and threatening rook to h2.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And Jennifer is probably seeing this as she only has 1.5 minutes on the clock, but the lines are pretty forcing. And with the king now on d2, it covers this rook on the d file, so you don't really have much of an attack going on the d file anymore. So tough position here for Jules. Maybe she has time to play rook b1, but I guess once the rook gets on h6, there's rook h2 check possible, and you don't really have that you don't have so much time left with white anymore.
Yeah, I wonder how this continues. So let's say black takes on d4, which is now on the board. Okay, white, of course, is going to recapture. So if nobody minds, I'll just put it on the board as well. Okay, so let's say rook takes h6, right? And queen takes d4, as a matter of fact, has been played. So let's say rook takes h6, rook b1, rook h2 check. If you go king e3, I feel like, I mean, maybe you can keep checking. You can also take and then knight d5 maybe. So let's say takes, rook b1, check, king e1, and then, I don't know. I mean, the queen is under attack, this rook is hanging. How does that continue? I mean, I don't see it, to be honest.
This is some crazy position.
Oh, wait, black does this. Black takes on c2, white takes here, you recapture with this rook, and if white takes the queen, you give a check, white can block, you give up the rook for the knight, and then you give another check, and you take this rook over here, and then black has a rook, bishop, and a couple pawns against the queen. But all of that is very difficult to find.
Wow.
Okay. The thing is, I don't wanna like mess with the live position, but the line I'm showing is rook takes h6, rook b1, rook h2 check, king e1, then you sacrifice the queen. And here black has got pretty good attacking chance. And the critical line that you have to see is that in case white takes the knight, white's starting mate, right? But you can give a check, and if knight here, you give up the rook, then give a check, and then take the rook here, and black should be fine. As you have a rook, bishop, and 3 pawns. But let's see. Oh, king e7 was played. You see, this did not happen.
A blunder played by Jennifer. Jules is completely winning. What is going on?
King e7. This is what's going on. Wait, what if white gives a check and rook b1?
Yeah, the queen is trapped. Queen c5 check, taking away the only escaping square of the queen, and then rook b1.
Wow, that might just be it. Wow. Let's see if
Oh
she'll
my
find
goodness.
it.
Jules has 8 minutes to figure this out. She has enough time to figure this out, and check is the first move that shows up on your radar after king e7. Will she find this idea?
Yeah, queen c5 looks extremely tempting because if you start rook b1, then there's queen a3. And we see the chat going crazy. I mean, yeah, Jules got a lot of time here to figure that line out. But the line we just showed, I mean, it looked pretty much impossible to find for black.
Oh my goodness, king e7. It's such a logical move, defending the knight on f6. But rook takes h6 was such a multi-purpose move, defending the knight and also threatening a check, a really scary one for white. So with king e7 now, it is Jules who has a big chance to win this game.
Wow, so let's see if she will. I mean, that would be incredible. I guess that line might not be the end. Like, let's see, check. Here, rook b1. Are there still any tricks for black? No, I mean, yeah, it just seems like it's trapping the queen. So again, Jules with a little less than 7 minutes on the clock. I mean, that should be plenty of time to figure this out.
Yeah, she has 6 minutes now. Oh, Jules, this would be insane if she finds the right idea. Queen c5 check first. As soon as the king moves, you play rook b1. She hasn't played yet, but Let's see it. 6 minutes. Oh, it would be crazy if
Yeah.
she finds it.
That would be a crazy upset. I mean, I think Jules, if I'm not mistaken, is the lowest seed in the tournament, and Jennifer is the highest seed. So there's no bigger upset possible, and especially in the last round. That's insane.
Yeah, that would be incredible. I mean, I think Jennifer realizes what she has done. But this is the moment where you need to put on a poker face and try to pretend that you're not seeing it at all. Alex in the chat freaking out. Oh my gosh.
She's saying,
She's saying,
this
this is insane. I can't.
well, even if Jules does win this game, which would indeed be insane, there's still a playoff to be played. So let's see, Jules with 5.5 minutes on her clock for, I guess, the biggest upset of her career.
Oh,
I mean,
look at Jules. She's doing the arm stretch and putting it on her head move. She sees it. She is seeing it.
and Queen C5 looks like such a logical move to check the king. And again, Alexander's like, come on, please. Please. All right.
I feel for Jen. There's like 8,000 people rooting against Jen.
I don't know. Alexander, please. Well, I don't know why she took so much risk in this game, right? But anyway, this is the position we have right here. Still no move by Jules. Just wanted to give you guys an update, by the way. Even though we're fully focused on this game, it seems like Andrea is also doing very well against NEMO. But let's see if Jules is going to find Queen C5.
Oh, Jules. 4 minutes. Oh my gosh. I wonder what she's thinking about.
This could be a great day for Botezlive if Alexander shares first in the tournament and Andrea finishes the tournament off with a victory against NEMO.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see Andrea's game.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to say 4 minutes for Jules, but yeah, go ahead, Anamaya.
Yeah, and Andrea's game is also looking very interesting, but let's just see first what Jules is going to make happen here. She has the win in her hands. She needs to play Queen C5 check.
Oh, it was not played. Rook B1 on the board. That's not the move. Now Queen A3, keeping black alive.
She's still winning.
Only move.
She's still winning. She's still winning.
Right, but the win is not as clear anymore. And Queen A3 is on the board. The only move to keep the queen alive. Now what Jules has to find is a move like Rook F1, hitting the knight over here, which is very difficult to defend.
Right, because I was seeing some knight d5 ideas. And let's say e takes d5, queen e5 check, then the rook on b8 is loose. But what I didn't like is that the knight can simply recapture. So I guess if we can play rook f1 to get rid of that knight, that's a good start.
All right. Alexander is saying fork. Okay, I don't know what that means. Hammer is saying so close. All right, good to see you guys in the chat. All right, Jules reaching for a piece. I guess she might trade off the rooks and then go rook f1. Let's see what's going to happen.
Oh gosh, this is so stressful. Jules down to 3 minutes now. Players are on move 30, so 10 more moves to be made. Jules still winning, but it's such a tricky position.
All right. Okay, so let's see. I just looked it up, by the way. That's a real word. Fork, expressing energy and excitement when something extraordinary occurs. Okay, you learn something every day. Okay.
I have never heard of that word either.
Me neither. I thought it was a typo, but it's apparently a real word. Anyway, a little less than 3 minutes for Jules on the clock. Let's see what is going to happen. Hammer saying that is some 1600 SAT stuff. I guess so. Yeah. Anyway, so let's see if she's going to find. You can trade on b8 or play rook f1 right away. It's really rook f1 is the key. Attacking the horse, which again is very difficult to protect, but you have to be calm to find such a move.
Jules seems so calm. She takes the rook on b8. So Jen is obviously going to recapture that rook.
Yep, and that's on the board. Okay, so now is the moment of truth. If rook f1 is played, Jules still has great chance to win this game, but that is the only move that's leading to a clear win.
I
And
guess
even
the rook
then,
f1
by the
makes
way, there's still
sense.
work.
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was gonna say even then there's still work to be done. But yeah, go ahead, Anamaya.
Yeah. No, I was thinking it's really hard to find a better move than rook f1 because that knight is such an annoying defender. You want to get rid of that knight at all costs. So if you play rook f1, then the question is, where is Jennifer going to move that knight? It's a super awkward piece, and yeah, it can only do so much, and we need to get to that king somehow. So I would really love to see rook
She's
f1.
reaching for the rook.
Oh,
And rook f1
yes,
on the board.
Yeah, she plays it.
Attacking the knight. Wow,
She
what
plays
a
it.
move.
All right.
right.
What is Jennifer going to do with the knight?
I don't know. I don't see what you do with the knight here. I mean, if you move it, then h7, h8 is going to come. Maybe what you have to do is go like queen d6 to go into the endgame, but that's not looking good if white takes here. So let's see what she's going to do. She's got 1 minute on her clock to figure something out.
Yeah, I mean, that knight is just loose. I mean, it has to retreat to e8 almost, but then this h-pawn is suddenly running and unstoppable. And where else can the knight go? So you either move the knight and allow this pawn to move forward, or you lose the knight and you're down a piece. So I think we know what's happening here, guys.
She's reaching for the horse. She's moving the knight to g4. Okay, knight g4 on the move, on the board. All right, so I guess the idea is she's attacking the pawn, and if you take the knight, there's still a check on d6, which is definitely a little tricky. If king c1, queen a3, I don't know if there's more. Yeah, maybe white will have to go back. So let's see what Jules is going to do. She's got 2 minutes on her clock. She can also maybe just push the h1 on the board. That also looks quite promising. Because then h7, queen d6, rook takes f7,
Ooh.
and you win the queen.
Oh, that's some madness tactics there. I think she's fine taking that knight off the board. I think she can just take it and kind of I guess the thing is when you take that knight off the board, you let go of that pawn promoting. But she does take the pawn. So let's see if
No,
she
she
can
takes the
survive the
horse.
checks. Yes.
It takes the knight, and now queen e6 check on the board. Okay, so let's see where Jules is going to go with the king. Yeah, as right now she's got 2 minutes on her clock, and by the way, the players will need to make another 7 minutes to get an additional half an hour on the clock. So it might not be a bad idea. That's what Jules is doing right here. King c1, repeat the position once to get 2 moves closer to move 40.
Yep, very clever. She, of course, is not going to take the draw, but she is getting some extra time now and getting closer to move 40 indeed.
Queen d6, yeah, on the board by Jennifer. Okay, so she has to move her king to the e file, but which square? I mean, there's e3, there's e2, and e1. Not easy to figure all of that out. Oh, queen. Oh, Alexander must be fuming now. King c1, queen a3.
No, Jules! No! She's going for the repetition!
After king d2, Jennifer can claim a draw with queen to d6. But, I mean, I'm sure she knows the procedure.
Wait, you can play king d1, king d1, king d1.
Yeah, but queen takes c3, queen takes c3.
Oh yeah, that drops the knight. Oh no. She plays king d2?
King d2 on the board. Okay, if what Jennifer needs to do here, if she wants to win the tournament, is not play queen d6, but write queen d6 on her score sheet, call Papa Botez, and Papa Botez will have to make the very sad ruling that this is a threefold repetition.
Oh,
but hey,
no.
it's Papa Botez. Maybe he's saying like, no, it's only 2-time, you know?
Oh no. Yeah, she claims it.
Yeah.
She claims it.
Yeah, Jennifer stops the clock, claiming the repetition.
I think Jules did not realize this.
Okay.
Yeah, they're looking at Papa Botez.
Yeah, queen e6 is indeed a threefold repetition. Actually, after king e2, it's already a threefold. So very tough for Jules and for also for Alexandra.
This is why we use the score sheets, everyone. That is the way to make use of the score sheet to check if claim is valid. But this time we have the DGT board. So Papa Botez is taking a look now to see if this is actually threefold repetition.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm sure he can also check the live boards. And let's see what he's saying. I think he's saying that it is a threefold. So heartbreaking draw for Jules, who played an amazing game, and also a heartbreaking draw for Alexandra. With a win here, she would have gotten herself into a tiebreak with Jennifer, but at the end, it unfortunately wasn't meant to be.
This was a great result for Jules, but given the circumstances, she was completely winning in the final position. And of course, because Jennifer drew this game now, we are not going to have a playoff, and Alexandra finishes second place. But congratulations to Jennifer Yu for winning Botez Chess Camp.
Yeah. All right. So Botez is saying, Alexander saying in the chat, Hammer's fault, he left, I think. Yeah, I think Hammer indeed did leave when Queen d6 was on the board. Like, we were all sending an energy, Hammer was taking a nap, and then King c1 was played one time too many. So, yeah, that's tough. Anyway, so let's see if Andrea can finish the tournament on a high note. She is having a pretty good position here. Oh, but g3 seems to be in an accuracy in her game here against NEMO, but she's definitely still having the advantage.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what the computer really wanted her to play. I guess I have a feeling that the computer wanted to infiltrate on c7 or something because that bishop is so bad.
Yeah, the bishop on b7 is just some people would refer to it as a fat pawn, you know? I mean, it's not doing much, it's not really operating at its full capacity, just staring at these pawns on a6 and c6. So let's see what's going to happen. Now NEMO can maybe move her queen back to, let's say, e7. And maybe what Andrea has in mind is go, let's say, king g2, followed by rook to h1.
Yeah, that is still a very valid idea. That's still a very good idea. And the players are also low on the clock. I'm checking real quick how many moves they are supposed to make still. Let me check real quick. They are on move 33, so 7 more moves to be played. So they have to make their moves relatively fast, but very promising position for Andrea as she's looking to get on the scoreboard after 6 losses in a row. Having a win here would be incredible for her.
Yeah, for sure. And some people in the chat are asking, like, what happened in Jules's game? I don't understand. Well, so what happened is that Jules allowed what's called a threefold repetition. So when a position occurs 3 times on the board, the game is declared, or you can claim a draw. And that is what Jennifer did. She pointed out that, hey, if I play queen to d6 here, this position will have occurred 3 times. And therefore it is a draw. So that's how all of that works, ladies and gentlemen. So unfortunately, that's why Jules wasn't able to win. But she played a great game, and it's really incredible to see how far she's come, putting a strong player as Jennifer under so much pressure.
Yeah, and if it makes you guys feel any better, there have been so many players, even the strongest grandmasters, that accidentally run into a threefold repetition. The last time I saw this between 2 very strong players was in Tata Steel. In the last edition, I believe it was Pragnanand against Gukesh. I think it was these 2 playing each other, and then all of a sudden, one of the players who was completely winning accidentally stepped into a threefold repetition, and the claim was valid by the opponent. And the player that was completely winning did not realize that it was actually threefold repetition. So even the strongest players out there get confused and run into this. So yeah, it's disheartening, of course, that this happens, but it is part of the game.
Yeah, and apparently Jules said that she didn't realize it was a threefold repetition. Well, perhaps because maybe before the king was not moving back and forth, and it was the fact that she made that queen capture first. But yeah, queen e6 would have been a threefold. So again, truly heartbreaking for Jules, as she played such a great game, and also really for Alexander. Let's see if Andrea can cheer up everyone here at the channel. As after queen g5, she played the move rook a4. Nice move. We pointed out the idea of king g2 and rook h1, but I like this one even better. Rook a4, trying to go rook h4 and go for a checkmate over here. I mean, this looks like a great position for white.
Wow, she finds rook a4. She is maneuvering that rook over to the h-file. And I'm getting super excited here for Andrea. She's in a really good position. Her knight is such an annoying piece here because that bishop is pretty much out of the game. And even though Andrea is down to 2 minutes on the clock, she is playing really well here.
Yeah, so let's see how NEMO is going to try to defend here. She's got 4 minutes and 40 seconds on her clock. But the moves are definitely easier for Andrea. Again, you're going to swing the rook over to, let's say, h4, or maybe in case of f6, maybe rook f4 or rook b4, also an annoying move to try to target the bishop on b7. And NEMO is going to have to figure out how to defend against all of that. So I think Andrea's got great chances to win here.
Yeah, still 6 moves to go until the players reach the 40th move and then get 30 minutes added to their clocks. I see a lot of people in chat discussing whether this draw was fair and what if it was supposed to happen and whether Jennifer had to go for this. And basically, when you are in a worse position, Jennifer knew from a very long time that she was in a worse position. So for her to go to these lengths to sacrifice the knight to try to get that repetition in is a very valid strategy. It is the way to go. And she knows that with a draw, she wins the tournament. And even if she pushes and tries to win that game, it's not easy at all to win that with black. She would be down a piece and her chances to win that game would be really difficult. So it makes a lot of sense that she took the draw and yeah, that she went for this line because her position looked quite hopeless.
Yeah, she was under a lot of pressure indeed. And as you pointed out, with a draw, you win a tournament. So yeah, I think she really cannot complain about a draw in this game. I mean, of course, normally beforehand, she, I'm sure, would have liked to win because she was a big rating favorite. But at the end, you know, a draw is not a loss, and hey, you win the tournament. So I think she, you know, at the end of the day, she can't complain.
Yeah, I'm sure she's really happy about the draw. Her position looked miserable from the very start, and it only got worse over time. So she got off really well with the draw there. Jules played a fantastic game, but in the end, a draw happened by repetition. We're now in this game between Andrea and NEMO just made a mistake with the move king to f8. What is wrong with this move?
Yeah, good question. I mean, the computer is giving this 2 question marks, but it doesn't look that bad to me. But apparently the king is just too exposed here. And maybe Andrea can try to attack with moves like rook f4 or maybe something like e4, blasting open the center. Because if you take, there's a check. And then rook takes e4 is practically checkmate, but lots of good options here for Andrea. Let's see which one she's going for.
It's queen to h8, king to e7.
But I don't like queen h8. It doesn't seem well timed because now, yeah, king e7, you have to move the queen again. I'm a little surprised by that move.
She's trading off the queens.
No, but I mean, she's definitely better in the endgame, but the black king is so weak that you just have to go for the attack.
Yeah, I guess she'd failed to see how to continue the attack. I mean, her knight is superior over that bishop, but now it becomes more difficult. Without the queens on the board, it will be much more difficult to actually find a way to break through in the position. So it will be a very long grind without the queens on the board. So let's see it. But she may just want to trade queens because she's on the clock. She wants to get to the 40th move safely without making blunders. So yeah, she's heading to the end game now, and we'll have to see if she can convert this to a winning position from there.
Yeah, and people were saying that Alexander is looking sad in the background. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely imagine. She had great chances. I mean, Jules had great chances to win that game, and then we would have had a tiebreak. But I mean, at the end of the day, second place is still a great performance by Alexandra. She played some fantastic chess. And if somebody would have told her before the tournament you finish in second place, I'm sure she would have been happy with that. Anyway, a queen trade has taken place. Andrea is definitely still better, but the advantage is not as big as it was before. Maybe now is a good time for NEMO to bring that bishop back into the game. Maybe like bishop c8 followed by bishop f5 or so.
She plays king e6 actually, so she's activating the king, which is not a bad idea either, because in endgames you want to activate the king as much as possible. And I feel like in this position, it makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. All right, Alexandra is saying in the chat, I will always want first. Yep, that's the right mindset. That's very good. Yeah, no, of course. So let's see, maybe next Botezlive Invitational, it will be Alexandra's time to win. Anyway, let's see how Andrea will try to push for the win here. She's definitely a little bit better, but it's not so easy to make progress here. Maybe f3, followed by king f2 to bring her own king closer to the center.
Yeah, I like that idea. Preferably we don't want to allow black to play d4 so easily, because that would allow the rook to get very active of black. And I guess if you trade the rooks off the board, then this king is very scary. So you don't really want to trade pieces here anymore with white. So let's see Andrea's endgame skills here. But yeah, for now, her position is all right. She plays move king f1. I like this move because it gets the king involved in the action.
Yep, king f1 also good move, bring the king closer to the middle. So we were talking about ideas for NEMO to activate that bishop. Another way to do so is maybe to go a5 followed by bishop to a6. However, the drawback with going a5 is that in case white goes rook a4, it's hard to see how you actually defend this pawn over here.
Right. E5
Oh,
is on the board.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what Andrea's going to do here. I think NEMO white might want to open up the center with the move d4 to activate her rook. So Andrea could go rook d4 here to stop that altogether, or maybe just king e2 and allow d4. So let's see. Actually, after d4, maybe knight c4 is actually pretty good there, because so king d5 you run into a skewer. So I guess maybe just king e2.
Right. And what happens after the move d4? So let's try this out. I wonder what happens after d4. Is this something we are concerned about? Ah, this check.
Yeah, no, the check is very clever. Yeah, checking the king. The king cannot continue to defend this pawn over here, because again, if you go king d5, there's rook d4 check, and you win the rook. So let's see what Andrea is going to play after king e5. She played rook h7, attacking the pawn on f7. Okay, now I guess NEMO just has to move the king back, because rook f8 versus the knight d7, and you lose the rook.
Right. So I like it. Andrea putting the rook on the 7th rank. Why not? The pawn can't move because the bishop is also hanging on the 7th rank. So I guess NEMO would have to retreat. She is not going to play rook f8, of course, because of that fork, as you mentioned. So she will retreat with the king. But will she go to e6 or f6? Pretty sure she will go back to e6.
I think so too. And do you think there's any chance that maybe we'll see a repetition? Maybe king e6, rook h4, king e5, rook h7? Do you think there's any chance of that?
Yeah, could be. Could be.
King e6 on the board. All right.
All right.
So let's see. I'm sure Andrea realizes that she's better here. But the thing is, if you don't play rook h4, well, then you might allow d4 and the rook gets active. So the repetition actually, it does make some sense. So now I think normally Andrea wouldn't do this, but given the fact that she is on, what is it? 0 out of 6, she might want to finish the tournament off with at least a draw. Rook h4 is on the board.
Yeah, maybe she wants to repeat moves here, and I would not be surprised. I mean, she had a really good chance to win this game, but now that we're in the end game, the position is not that clearly winning anymore. It's difficult to make progress, and she may just be okay to take a draw here.
Yeah, she played rook h4, and I saw NEMO already reaching for the king. Maybe also for NEMO, she's realizing that she should be a little bit worse here. So she might also not be too unhappy to get the tournament over with. All right, so king e5 on the board. Let's see if Andrea is going to go rook h7.
I
But
think
have
so.
we
I think
re-
she will.
We have reached move 40, so we might be in for a long, long think. Let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, let's see it. I mean, king e5 on the board, so difficult to see. I mean, you can play the move king e2, but I have a feeling that Andrea just wants to get over the tournament. She has had some really tough games throughout the tournament, but this game she played really well. She did miss some chances here and there, but overall she was not really worse in this game. She was putting up a great fight here. And yeah, it's really good to see that she kept going despite her tough start in this tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think she was very close to winning if she had not traded up the queens. The Black King was just so terribly weak that you just had to keep the queens on the board. So I think that was a mistake. She's definitely still better in the endgame, but pushing this for a win against a strong player like NEMO is definitely not easy. So let's see what she's gonna do. She has now a lot of time to figure things out.
Yeah, true. 30 minutes extra on the clock. Papa Botez in the background. Is Andrea going to repeat moves? Or is she going to continue with king e2, for example?
All right. I see Alexander saying squeak in the chat. That's
Where
the
is
bird,
Squeak?
right? But I don't see the bird.
Oh, it's on Papa Botez's shoulder. I can barely see her. I can barely see Squeak. And he just left.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Yeah. So let's see. We might have a bit of a think here, as the players have reached a time control. 29 minutes for Andrea, 32 minutes for NEMO. So let's see. I think if Andrea goes rook h7, that's a clear indication that she might be all right with a draw here.
Yeah, let's see. It's not easy to make progress here because of course Nemo's idea is to play I mean the question is we just realized that d4 is not a good move. But then the question is, do you maybe want to provoke this move? And you just play a move such as king e2 and just ask your opponent, okay, do you want to play move d4? Be my guest, because let's say king e2, d4, we just looked at this line real quick. You pointed out knight c4 check, and you cannot protect this pawn anymore with the king. The king has to leave, and you will be able to capture this pawn on d4. So that's why Black doesn't really have other moves here. I guess the one thing that I would be concerned about is the activation of this bishop. So maybe, I mean, I want to play a5, but that weakens the pawn. So I want to play bishop a6, but it's not quite worth it if it comes at the cost of this pawn. So yeah, not a lot of moves here for NEMO. So this may be the reason why Andrea is spending time, and maybe she wants to continue. And if she wouldn't play rook h7 here, it would be a clear indication that she wants to win. She does not want to take the draw. She wants to take down NEMO.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and to be fair, of course, I'm sure that Andrea would much rather finish with half a point instead of 0. I mean, it's also pretty nice to finish with a win, right? I mean, then you really feel much better about yourself and about the tournament. So let's see. I mean, like you said, she definitely still has chances if she goes king e2 here. I guess if she will play the move rook to h7, that really is a silent draw for her, because then after king e6, I think she could already claim a draw with rook h4. Let me point this out. So rook h4. Wait, sorry. All right. So wait, rook takes h4, king f1. This is 1. And this would be 2. And then this would be 3. So let's see. If Andrea wants, she has the draw in hand here.
Right, and she may take quite some time for this move because she got the 30 minutes. And the thing is that after move rook h7, NEMO doesn't really have many moves. All the other moves are basically losing a lot of material. So she would basically be forcing NEMO to go for that repetition. And yeah, that's why Andrea has it all in her own hands to decide whether this game is going to end in a draw already or if the game will continue for now. So
Mhm.
she's going to take some time for this.
Yeah, let's see what she's gonna do. Yeah, as we've pointed out, she's definitely better. Oh, there's Squeak on Andrea on sorry on Papa Botez's shoulder. All right, showing some support right there. Yeah, I like King E2 here for white, bringing up the king, but yeah, Andrea might also realize that hey, she had a much bigger advantage before, and you know that's always a little bit unpleasant if the trend of the game is not in your favor, right? Because let's say before it was a big advantage for her, now it's like a little bit better. You know, it's not in your favor, so maybe that's why she might take a draw. But you know, she's a fighter. She came back from the ER yesterday. So let's see if she will also fight in this game. Alexander is saying that the money will be shared for third place, I guess, between Dina and Anna Crumley, right?
Yes. Yeah, correct. Yeah, so they shared the third place prize. So yeah, prize money is shared, but only the shared first place. In case of a shared first place, we would have had a tiebreak, but that did not happen, and we've had a playoff, I mean. So yeah, since that didn't happen, we are not going to have a playoff. Unfortunately, it would have been so exciting. But yeah, we're now watching this final game here. Crimson Hog with the 12 gifted subs. Thanks so much for the support. Absolutely amazing. And yeah, I want to, since Andrea is going to take quite some time on this move, I want to ask to the chat, how did you guys enjoy this tournament? This is the last game of the tournament, the very last day. How did you guys enjoy this tournament? Let us know in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of fun commentating this tournament, following it. It's really been one first of its kind. So I'm only looking forward to more of these. What is the chat think? Does the chat think we should have more of these tournaments?
It would be so amazing to have more of these. I mean, it's such a special tournament where it's a nice combination of fun and content, but also competitive chess, where the players are being interviewed left and right before the game, after the game. There are some videos being made here and there, but at the same time, there is competitive chess happening. The players are fighting. There's a lot at stake. Besides the prize money, there's also FIDE rating at stake, and some of the players really care a lot about the rating, and it's not easy to gain FIDE rating in chess. So I would really love to see another edition of this. This was such a blast to follow, especially as a commentator. Like, I feel as a commentator pretty spoiled because we get to follow the game so closely. We have the whole storyline in our heads. Whereas when I am watching a tournament on the side, I'm not invested as much as I am as when I'm commentating. So it's been so awesome to commentate this event and be so close to yeah, what's going on in the tournament and to have a close look at it every single day.
Yeah, it's been great to follow. And somebody made a great suggestion in the chat saying that maybe a confessional for the next tournament. I think that could be a great idea. Other people were saying in the chat like, "Oh, make this annual," but I'm thinking like, "Hey, why not like quarterly or something?" I know it's like a lot to put all of this together, but it seems like everyone has enjoyed this so much that why not a tournament like this every few months? I mean, it seems like a great format. Is it so much work? Yeah, I understand. I understand. But an annual, like only one a year, maybe two, maybe three. It's fun.
Oh gosh, I see a lot of you guys want me to play in this event. I mean, it's so much pressure, right? There's like so many eyes, and there's like so many. I don't know. It feels different than when I played other tournaments, right? Like there's so many people watching here, and the games are super tense. Anything can happen, and I feel like the games are very competitive. The players are very well prepared. It's different than when you're playing in an open tournament, I feel like. And you're also playing against those that are, yeah, that you know pretty well, right? So I cannot imagine what the players went through every single day that they had to face someone they know pretty well. And they just had, let's say, breakfast with, or they had dinner with the day before, and then they're enemies on the next day. But yeah, then you win the game and you feel sorry for your opponent, but of course, you're also happy for yourself.
Yeah, and indeed, it must not be easy. I mean, all these players are good friends, and I see Alexander saying in the chat, Anna should organize the next one. I don't know if she means Anna Crumling or Anna Maya. She's saying Anna Maya was too strong, lol, and Vila wanted Jennifer Frias champ clickbait. Okay, nice.
Clickbait.
But I think it would be a great idea, like next tournament, Chess Camp EU. Every year Chess Camp NA and then a Chess Camp EU. Maybe around TwitchCon. So you guys can combine TwitchCon with Chess Camp. I think that'd be a good idea.
It would be awesome to organize an EU version. I would be down for it. I mean, it will depend if I actually played it or not. But if we can make a format where a norm is also possible to get, that would be epic. But I guess a lot of things need to fall in place for that. But yeah, it is something that I would like to work on.
Yeah. Apparently the Alexander's pointing out in the chat, we had so few spots in the house. I've been sharing a bed with Andrea, and she's also saying maybe next time just a tournament venue and everyone takes care of house. All right. You should do a Chess Camp EU. I guess she's talking to you, right? I'm not gonna organize Chess Camp EU. It seems
I'll take
too
notes.
much work for
I'll
me.
put it on my to-do list. It would be
I'm
awesome.
just happy here to commentate. I mean, I'm not gonna organizing a whole camp. That seems like way too much work for me.
Oh my gosh. That'll be such a big honor. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'll see what I can, if I can pull some strings. I don't know. I'm just a mere commentator.
I think if you start putting things together like early on, you can definitely get something nice going on.
Yeah. No, I think there's so much potential in this format. It's so unique and it's so many different communities that are going to be involved in one tournament because you're supporting your favorite streamer. And since all the players have like a whole community base, there's like so many people watching the games and so many different people getting involved. And I think that's amazing.
Rook h7 in the meantime is on the board attacking that pawn on h7. So I think we might see a draw here as king. I mean, do you think Nemo is going to try to deviate somehow with I guess the only sensible way to do so is maybe with the move king f6, because that move you also defend the pawn.
I think honestly the players are probably done with the tournament.
I think we all know that feeling.
Yeah, it's especially the last round.
Yeah. Right. It's the last round. It's been a long tournament. Thanks everyone for all the energy in the chat. Cool, and also with the 5 gifted. But yeah, I think we all know that energy. I mean, that feeling that it's been such a long tournament, maybe things didn't go your way, and so you might just be happy to. All right. I guess with
draw
that
agree.
Offer to draw.
GG.
All right. Well, great game by both players. I think this was definitely Andrea's best game of the tournament. And yeah, I think if not for the fact that she'd been in the ER so much, I think she would have had a good chance to win. But overall, very good for her to get on the scoreboard and get a draw in this game.
Yeah. Oh, there is Alex. Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah,
we can't listen in, unfortunately.
No, we have no idea what they're saying, but yeah, I'm sure she's happy for Andrea to get on the scoreboard. She gets a draw. Good result against Nemo, but again, she also, with a little bit more luck, had a good chance to win this one.
Yeah, and it's just so crazy, guys, that chess camp is over. I can't believe it. It feels like it started yesterday, but this was the very final game, and yeah, the tournament is over. What a ride it was, and it was so exciting until the very last day. Who would have thought that in the very last day, we had a chance to have a tiebreak for first place? Alexandra was this close to being shared first place with Jennifer Yu, but unfortunately for Alexandra, the game between Jules and Jennifer Yu ended in a draw. So Jennifer Yu is the winner of Chess Camp, the very first edition. We will give Jen the trophy. Is this going to happen on stream, I wonder?
I wonder about that as well. Like, is there going to be a prize giving, or is this just it? Yeah, it seems like the tournament is over, but yeah, it's been a lot of fun commentating on this event. We've seen some great chess, some great fighting spirit between all of these players that I'm sure in real life are really good friends. So it's good to see them being friendly off the board and fighting on the board. And again, I'm looking forward to the next edition.
Absolutely. Mama Boat's in the chat. I'm so happy for my baby. Oh, that's adorable. I mean, it must have been such a tough tournament for Andrea mentally, and to finish at least with half a point in the end is such a relief. I mean, since you finish on a high note, then you can at least let go of the other games in some way and try to forget about them. So really good result by her. NEMO is a tough opponent. We should not we're not going to you know, underestimate this or undervalue this, because drawing NEMO is not easy. But I guess NEMO had a really good start, but the end it was more difficult for her to do well there.
Yeah, it seemed like Andrea just played a great game, and the position was definitely not easy for Nemo to play. It's also good to see Nemo back at the board. I mean, she hasn't played classical chess in a long while, but I think overall she did play some good chess. And yeah, overall, I mean, fantastic result by Alexander. 5.5 out of 7 in this field is an amazing score. She's getting like 46 FIDE points, so she's now around like
Whoa!
she crossed 2050, so she can continue to push to 2100.
Wow, that's amazing. I mean, in a 7-round tournament, it's really difficult to gain that much rating. So the fact that she gains 46 points is a big deal. That's not easy. And yeah, she did play some great chess. I mean, I called it before the tournament started that I think Alexandra has great chances in this field. She has shown such resilience throughout her past few over the board events. Yes, there are a lot of ups, but there are also some downs, and a lot of things can happen throughout the tournament. But I feel like looking at her games, I was sensing some, you know, there is some strength in this. There is some level that I feel like she deserves higher rating because of this. And I thought that because of that, she could be doing really well here. But I got a little bit distracted. What is happening on the screen?
I think just all the emotions of such a long and tough tournament culminating here at the end. It's been a long tournament, so yeah, the emotions are coming out right now. But again, yeah, it's been great to see all of these competitors back at the board. We're also about to getting word that there is going to be a closing ceremony, so everyone don't go anywhere. We're probably going to set it up very soon. So yeah, make sure to stick around.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, it's sad that tournament is over, and I'm sure there's a lot of emotions involved there because, as we know, Nemo is not really, hasn't really been playing much classical. Her last classical tournament was 2 years ago, and she did say this is her very last classical tournament. So I'm sure this is a very emotional moment for her as well, that she doesn't want to come back to classical chess after this. And yeah, it's just amazing to see that she did play in this tournament, because I can imagine that there was a lot of convincing required to get her on board here.
Yeah, no, I can understand. I mean, if you're focused on content creation and streaming, you know, coming back to classical chess is definitely a different grind, and so fully switching back to the mindset is not easy, and especially then if things don't. I mean, she played a good tournament, but maybe she felt like she could have played better. Maybe the thing with Nemo is that she doesn't feel like she can really bring her A game if she's so focused on streaming. And knowing how competitive she is, she wants to play at her best level. And maybe if she feels like she can, then she wants to focus on other things.
Yeah, and it's just tough altogether to stay so focused on classical. Classical chess is such a mentally taxing game format. There's so much going on. So yeah, I mean, I'm just really glad to see that she took the challenge still to compete here, and it was so awesome to follow the games of all the girls here.
All right, so apparently we are going to switch to Andrea. and then we are going to have a closing ceremony. So I think we are saying goodbye to all of you guys, but it's been a lot of fun
Yes.
commentating this event. Once again, congratulations to Jennifer Yu. She wins the event with 6 points out of 7 games. Also, congratulations to Alexandra, finishing in a very strong second place with 5.5. And yeah, again, my appreciation for all of the competitors for some great chess. Thanks, Anamaya, for being a great co-host, and everyone in the chat. Anamaya, what do you have any last words for everyone?
Thank you so much, Benjamin. It was a pleasure commentating with you. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. This was Botez Chess Camp. It was amazing following this tournament. It was amazing experiencing this with you. We are going to sign off as the commentators, but we will have perhaps the closing ceremony on. We will have something on, but not us. So goodbye to you all, and we will see you in chat over here.
Swap. Yeah, I don't think Dina's gonna come down. Oh, Dina's not coming down. We're gonna swap scenes and then. Can you hear us? Hey, chat, can you guys hear us?
Oh, let me grab my phone as well.
Audio. I don't think we have audio yet. Oh, we have sound. Hey, chat, it's really loud. Is this our mic that we're streaming on right now? Okay, hey, Alex. We're live here. Congratulations, Jennifer. Congratulations, our second prize. Wait, I don't think Dina's coming down, chat.
Guys, we're still waiting for Dina, but I don't know if she wants to come.
I don't think so. I think it's okay if we let her sit this one out.
Okay. Well,
Sitcom starts now.
yes, Squeak is hanging out.
Do you want to just all pull chairs over? And
Yeah, how about we all sit over here?
do you girls want chairs?
Do you guys want to pull up some chairs?
What is the ceremony?
I don't think there's a ceremony.
We're just gonna pull chairs.
I think we're just gonna all clap and
I'm gonna let my dad use
I'll take some
photos.
photos. Do you want to be?
Yeah, we'll take some photos.
Probably after stream, yeah.
After stream.
Dude.
Hi,
How many
chat.
times did you guys cry this week?
Bro, I don't want to talk about him.
I just want to know.
Multiple times.
Chat, this has been the most dramatic chess tournament of history. I want to story tell, but I can't tell if our audio, it might be a little echoey.
Not even the chess. It's just
everything. All I can say is the YouTube vlog is gonna have. No, they're gone. The YouTube vlog is gonna be a very chaotic vlog. Okay.
Yeah. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
But congratulations, Alex and Jen.
Dad's gonna start handing out.
All right.
Okay,
Oh,
so we'll start with my favorite kid. When
is that me?
no, I'm staying on the left to right here.
Oh.
There you go.
Wait, better. I love this. Oh my god, better luck next time.
Okay.
I feel like
my
that's
second favorite
Same
kid.
room. Thanks. I'm gonna wear this
my
real
third.
proudly.
Thanks, Dad.
My
Better
fourth,
luck.
Fifth, sixth, all my favorite kids.
Oh yeah, baby, go chess.
So the trophy, it's in a very specific theme of family Botez. We are very critical, so let me bring it.
Oh no. So my dad.
Oh my god, he just took the biggest shit on me.
No.
Tell me he did it.
Oh my god, that's huge. Honestly, this is an accurate representation about how I feel towards this entire tournament. Squeak just literally taking a shit. Bro, that's disgusting, Alex. What is that? That is the grossest shit ever. Wait, can you show the shit, guys? Wait, show chat. Show chat.
Guys,
Squeak, come on.
thank you Miracosta College for lending the DGT boards. I swear I'm gonna sanitize it later.
I'm sure worse things have
So
happened on this.
I would like you guys to. I'm gonna present the trophy to Jennifer. She's gonna read. You can see it. I'd like you to read what the trophy inscription says. Pay attention to her face, and then she's gonna present it to everyone. Okay? Jennifer, congratulations.
Do I read it out loud?
No, just look for it.
No, she can read it.
Okay, it's good.
Wait, show it to the chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aww. That's so
Is that a pig?
It's a goat.
It doesn't want to focus.
Oh, it's a goat.
It's so
Everyone
cute.
else is accurate.
Oh, it's goat. This is so cute.
This is honestly very accurate.
This is the cutest chess trophy I've
This is
seen.
actually one of my favorite
job.
chess
Yeah,
trophies
this
I've
is
ever
great.
gotten, I think.
I hope so.
I like the trophy.
You
It's
need to put
cute.
your name in it from the beginning, but it's
You should have just put Jen on there.
No.
Yeah, honestly, I should have put Jen Yu's name on it. I would have looked like a wizard. But everybody clap for Jen.
No way you played for that.
Well,
She also gets $10,000. So
yes,
yeah,
congratulations.
not too
You get
shabby.
$10,000. I get $5,000, which I didn't expect. And
Hey.
Anna and Dina, you guys are going to share the 2.5K, which should cover your flight back.
It almost covers the flight back.
So there you go. There you go.
I'm very happy.
All right. Well, also, I just want to do one last thank you, Ryan. Is that the
Oh
stream
my
yet?
god, it should have been
Yes, it's
everyone
on
else
camera.
sucks but you, why you?
Oh.
That would have been so good.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That would have been so
through it.
genius.
But if I just like threw today, then that would have been
Yeah, but we could have
They would have
predicted.
been rubbing it in, and it
sorry,
would have
Alex.
felt bad.
It would have been painful.
I just wanted to say also a huge thank you to chess.com. We wouldn't have been able to do this without them. Like, they really help in terms of growing chess events and bringing everyone here. So we can all just say thank you, chess.com.
Thank
really
you,
quick.
chess.com.
And also thank you to all
Thank
the
you for our
commentators
Yes.
that worked so hard during this week, even though some of the games went really
We
long.
had amazing commentators on so many of the ladies.
Let's toast for everybody.
And thank you, Bartana, for the 20 gifted
Everybody
subs.
here is
Thank
over
you
21,
so much,
right?
chat.
Yes.
Alex, you are?
Everyone except Dana.
Here you go.
Well,
But I don't blame her.
if I lost my last game, I too would be Alex.
Thank you.
Sorry, no. I just keep like, thank you to Alex and Andrea for
Thank
making
you.
this
Yes,
You guys were so hard.
Cheers, ladies.
I don't know if I should drink on my medication, but maybe I'll wait just in
fake it.
You can
case.
take a sip.
Just squeak what you like. So why are we trying to kill her?
Well, sip for good
One
luck.
sip is good. Well, chat, there was a lot of ups and downs, you know, an ER visit, a couple broken friendships,
You slept with me for a
unlikely
week.
friendship
Did you like
bond.
sleeping with me?
Absolutely not.
I don't believe you. Well, I did put my foot under your pillow this morning because I was cold.
Dude, you were so disgusting. She
How
put your
do you
feet
even
in my
reach?
So I was
She's been sleeping with the opposite head at the
because I
bed.
needed more space because
It's
Andrea
so
takes more of the
annoying.
space. So then I just started putting my head where her feet are. But then she took all the blanket and my little feet were cold, so I started putting them under her pillow.
Wait, this is such a weird way to sleep. You guys could have just got another mattress.
I wish you would have seen how this looked. I
So,
like
like,
you
you
guys
guys
know
are-
we've been sharing for a week and it's been adventurous.
Yes, which we have been filming 24/7 throughout this tournament, so we will all have lots of YouTube vlog content. And although this was definitely the worst result of a tournament my entire life, I have to say, I think the friendship and being with the girls genuinely made up for the trip, and I think we all learned from each other in so many ways outside of the chess that none of you guys really get to see. So I'm really hoping you guys will get to see behind the scenes. And while again, like, if I didn't have these girls, I would have been so miserable about the chess, but genuinely I'm still very, very thankful that we had this event, because I think every girl here had such a inspiring story, which you again don't get to see, but I hope you guys can see it soon, and I'm just very grateful that all the girls were here.
Yeah.
So thank you, Alex, for putting this
And
together.
if you guys learned any of the personalities, Jen is thinking about going into chess and content, so make sure to follow her. Anna's already taking over all of chess. Jules is hilarious at shorts, and next tournament we play, she's literally going to beat us all because she's improving. Linda's a full-time musician who hasn't played classical chess in years and came out for this. Andrea,
just move on. We don't have it.
powered through. And Nemo, she didn't even want to play classical chess, but she did, so you'll see Nemo playing mostly poker and some chess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good
And Dina was feeling upset, you guys. It's a hard loss, and we understand. So we're
Can
gonna
we
give her
have just
space.
ended this tournament on round one? Like, I feel like I was happiest after round one, and it just...
You did start very strong. I was thinking about it. I was like, if I draw Nemo, let's just ignore the rest of the tournament. Just remember, she drew Gen U. This is a good result.
Exactly, like it works that way, right? Like
I
fact that's how it should work.
No, Dina genuinely took this, as obviously as you guys can tell, we all took this tournament in different ways competitively, and Dina took it extremely seriously, and it was very important to her to perform well. So I actually really respect, and I'm gonna give her the space. But Dina took a lot of meaning to this tournament. And Alex just ended up having an amazing performance, but we should all give Dina her space and time, and honestly respect that she was so committed to the chess, and she took it so seriously that she is that deeply upset that she's not here at the ceremony. I think it shows how serious of a chess player she is, and also a reason she wants to train more after this tournament. So Dina may not be here, but you know what, respect to Dina.
And if you guys want to cheer her up, subscribe to Russian School of Chess. If you're thinking of any way to cheer her up, that would be it. She's been working on her courses nonstop, and I think that's also why this tournament meant so much to her.
Exactly.
But there's always chance. Like even me playing Dina, I had like a 37% chance to win. Right? Sometimes it happens. So.
Wait, are we just going by the fact that it's 37, like 33%, 33%, and 33%, or?
No, I asked Dina what percentage chance she had. She thought I had to win. She said 35. I thought it was 40, so I actually rounded to 37.5.
And I was like, wait, did we just?
Draw is less likely. Her winning is more likely.
Okay, got
obviously.
it. So that's pretty good chance then. I mean, I think you honestly played really, really well.
Yeah.
Mad props to a girl who is not only just hosting, but also producing and playing, and you've been here cheering all of us up. Alex has literally been like mother, while also crushing everybody at chess. So
yeah, I don't know how that performance, that came out of nowhere. That was insane, but
super impressive.
Yes.
So impressive.
Love to see it too.
Are you gonna play more tournaments, Alex? Has this motivated
Good
you
question.
to play more?
Again, I just wanted to not lose this tournament, so I'm happy. And then with Jules almost beating Jen, I was like, this would have been the craziest comeback I've ever seen.
Thank you,
I don't know what
Anonymous,
the
for
plan
the
is
5
yet.
gifted.
Thank you, Anonymous.
Well, ladies, I think we should go to the beach.
Yes,
Alright,
time to
great.
relax.
Yeah.
Don't forget, we were gonna do a house tour, but we'll
We are
figure it
we
out.
can do it at 7.
Yes.
Or now. We'll figure it
Or
out.
now.
But I think we can finally all enjoy
Oh, can we get a
ourselves.
victory speech from Jennifer? Good. Yes.
Yeah,
Can
Jennifer.
Can we give a little victory speech on
Yeah,
Jennifer?
share your lives.
I'm like a little bit of what you're thinking about chess. At least.
Well, right now, I just think I need to get better. That's a bad thing to say, but like, honestly, like props to Jules for giving me such a hard time in the last game. That was genuinely like the most concerned I've been the entire tournament. And no, I like literally lost my mind in the end. I was like, when I play like a really bad move, I was like, oh my god, like this is it. I'm gonna get roasted so hard. But I mean, I've just had the best time here, like hanging out with everybody and kind of getting back into chess, because I've been kind of on and off competing, but this makes me really want to compete more and also do content and other stuff for fun. But I don't know, this is just such a fun like event in general, and I loved it.
Oh. Okay, one more clap for Jen. All right, guys. Thank you again to everybody watching. We really appreciate it. If you want to thank us for the content, check out Dina's Russian School of Chess or get a chess.com
Or
diamond
chess.com,
membership.
who literally made all of this possible.
Yes.
Helped us sponsor this beautiful house, got all these girls together. So we really appreciate our sponsors, and hopefully you guys also enjoy the YouTube content coming out with
Yes,
them.
the YouTube content. Oh wait, actually, can we get it on the producer for a second? Anything about the YouTube content? If you're okay with it. If not, if you're shy, it's okay. You can hide.
I don't know why you put him on the spot.
Because he's been dealing with this chess house for so long.
Well, the content will be definitely very interesting. It will be a darker side of chess that most of you are expecting.
I'm gonna title the video "The Dark Side of the Chess World" and just get all of us crying in our bedrooms. But hopefully we can make a positive video as well.
Did anybody here not cry this week?
Oh, well,
Did I
good.
cry?
I don't think.
Oh yeah.
Wow, did anybody not cry? No, Jen went on the cry. Let me see your rain.
I lost this game. I'm just going to my room.
I'm gonna check your rain.
Okay, I was like, wait a minute.
Oh my god.
Okay, but despite all the crying, chess is really awesome. You guys should all play it. Make sure you're getting your diamond membership on chess.com.
We should rate Hale.
Yeah,
We
thank
should
you
rate a small
guys.
chess streamer. Okay, chat.
All right.
I think we should rate a small chess streamer. Should we rate Hale or should we rate Pizza Princess?
I'll rate Hale.
I love Hale. Hale is our friend, so I'm
Hale is
biased.
our
But I don't know
friend.
Pizza Princess.
But I
She's a
kind
female
of feel,
streamer.
like we can give it to another female streamer
the
just because of the
girls.
event.
Okay, sounds good. All right, chat. I think
As long
we're...
as they're on chess.com, that feels
Yeah, Pizza
reasonable.
Princess is on chess.com. She is
Wait,
a
is there
solid
anybody
500.
with less viewers
today?
Yeah.
Wait, chat, do you have any small chess streamers you want to surprise?
I literally can't figure out how this works.
This is
So
so
funny.
cute.
Everybody, like, they
This is
picture of
so
reaction.
We need to get some victory shots.
It is a very cute.
We'll get some good victory.
Wait,
Yeah.
That
Are we
is
going
Botez
outside?
after dark.
I'm gonna raid Pizza Princess. So if you guys want to raid.
Raid Hikaru. Yeah, that's right, our favorite female streamer.
What if we raid Bean Dip?
Yeah, sure.
Let's read Bean Dip.
Do you know her?
Yeah.
Okay.
she
All right,
knows?
we're gonna raid
Yeah,
Bean
she's
Dip,
great.
Okay,
and
we're
Nemo's
gonna
gonna raid
raid
Pizza
Bean Dip. Get that
Princess. Okay, chat. Everyone else sucks but you. Why you?
Oh wait, I think I
exactly.
got the wrong account. 1 second, chat.
I think I'm gonna
Sorry.
make that. I'm gonna make that a caption.
I'm
Yeah.
excited for everyone.
It should be your bio. Everyone.
Sorry.
Alright, if we can just raid.
Can you put it through?
It's Pizza Princess G.
I know.
I was like, wait a minute, that does not seem right. Sorry, my bad. Pizza Princess. Also for my chat, thank you guys so much for supporting this. I know I complained about this event for like months. So
Wait, stop shitting.
Oh my god.
No, but you never beautiful.
That's disgusting.
Well, he's just having a little stage
This is
anxiety, Alex.
disgusting. You would teach your kids no manners.
Okay.
Sweet just took another shit.
He's a very hungry boy.
All right,
Alright,
chat.
thank you so much, Joe, for producing. I appreciate it. Alright, take care, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. We'll see you guys next time. Bye, chat. Everyone be nice to Bean Dip. I don't know when Vila's sending the raid, so we're just gonna stall.
My name is Anna Kramling and I'm from Sweden. My goal this tournament is honestly to beat Alex and Andrea in classical chess.
My name is Nemo and I am a women grandmaster